नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Welcome to Nityananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we are embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles. You will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us. That is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nityananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nityananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nityananda Yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nityananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nityananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nityananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashivatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nityananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nityananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Moola Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nityananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Durita Kshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय पराध्ये श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षण नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयष्टुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om apaupasprisya.
Now let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana.
Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Neti Asana. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low
And keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you are already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest. With the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra, engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight. Visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly. Shake, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall. Pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you'll be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chucking your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands, stop in that position, one leg stretched back, and raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around, and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down, bring the other foot to the inner thigh, raise your hands above your head, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up and simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you as you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees open wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhya Asana. The next asana is Kanipavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kanipavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshvamayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees as you repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side. Lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjaneyasana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaneyasana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichyasana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichyasana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down. Hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichyasana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While the knee, try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your hands, your forearms, underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the four-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed.
From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Prana Mudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anusuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasp together, interlaced fingers in the Paramashivoham. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down, a foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Paramashivoham. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. In Matsya Pithakasana. From that, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Paramashivoham. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Paramashivoham behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye. The other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now, slowly take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana. On the other side, remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Kekiyasana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you in Mayurasana. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parishamudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Raise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Phodhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Phodhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana, continuing to gaze towards your third eye. Remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in. Bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked.
in Siddhyasana now. Continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas. Sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone clenched, as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone. From resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position as you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the thigh, onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can Distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashumudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Moola Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from the Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivritti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your
hips up, gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Vipadapitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you are inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana.
So in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyulanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapoti Mitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back. pulling them down towards your calves, open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Paramashivoham Mudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapotta Nitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position, and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly, sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana which we will be entering into, the Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring the top towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Gorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jivachala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of your behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now. Uncrossing your legs, sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips Keep your hands on your knees in Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you are sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand, so get ready, place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it, and lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhuasana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds and relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position and slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you are going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards and alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you as you bring your hands top of the knees. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean. Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards, giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees, with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. And remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands. Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Udyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashivoham himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to us standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back.
in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a kapota, in your. As we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana 2. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavanamuktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground, bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees, hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavanamuktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down, keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left, lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourselves. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward. Visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax around your leg. Now the leg which is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thighs. You straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kakachancha Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2. Now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashu Mudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Giridharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Paramashivoham as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Press your thumbs to your throat in Giridharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we will be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Paramashivoham, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground.
the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashikapittakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanavkasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanavkasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground. Palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam to all the participants, every one of you that have joined with us. We welcome each and every one of you for today's program. Today, we are all going to be learning about the sacred secrets to manifest Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara. I welcome all the participants, all the Sarvajñapita Yajamans, Sarvajñapita Kartas, all the Adinavasis, Kailasavasis, every one of you that have joined with us. I welcome all of you for today's program. In today's program, what we're all going to be learning about is one of the most beautiful and important aspects, because we're going to be learning and understanding about how we experience Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara, how you experience the world, God, and your individual self. Nityanandam, Ma Dennis Bell, Nityanandam, Ma Purushananda, Ma Pratyangira, Ma Yogananda Rupini, Yogananda Guru Prasadini, Ma Purushananda, Ma Teresa, Ma Alex, Ma Charmaine, Ma Mylene Seymour, Vaping Zoo. I welcome every one of you. Ma Dennis is asking, where do we find the mantra? Actually, Ma, this all the pramanas of the yoga, like whatever you heard, it's all available in the Nityananda Yoga Paddhati. It's a book. It's available online. We will send you the link also, Ma. And it is one of the gifts that you receive during the program as well. I'll send you the link right away. You should receive it in your chat shortly. The team will send you the link. And all the participants that are here today, what we are going to be learning about today is how the identity that you carry about yourself, the individual consciousness, the Jiva, is connected to the Jagat, and how this leads you to the Ishvara, the ultimate aspect. Every time, whenever you want to manifest a higher reality for yourself, if you study the way you connect to God, if you study the way you connect to yourself, it is very closely interconnected. And that is what we're all going to be learning about to manifest now. We're all going to be studying about that in detail today. Now, before we enter into the day, we're all going to be starting with manifesting powers. See, every day actually we're going to be beginning our day with manifesting the powers and various different powerful cognitions. And literally, whenever you start manifesting powers, it is like, let's say you prepare your whole being with your whole inner space like a fertile ground, where as soon as Swamiji sows the seed of initiation, you start manifesting all of them. Great. Now, let's all enter and begin our day with the power manifestation. Can I request all of you to please blindfold yourself? Please tie your eyes. Blindfold yourselves completely. I'm now going to be projecting an image for all of you to scan, and I'm going to request each of you to scan through your third eye and precisely identify what is the exact details of the image that you are seeing. Whether the color, the shape, size, picture, number, anything that you're seeing. I'm going to request each of you to scan and identify that in elaborate detail. Please blindfold yourselves. Chant the Mahavakya.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
I request all of you to please open your eyes.
Om
Okay, can I request each of you to now describe all the details, whatever you saw through the third eye.
Paramashivoham
When you were closing your eyes just now, what all did Swamiji reveal to you? Can I request you to please put all of that in the chat? Whatever detail you saw, please post them all in the chat.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Post the colors, the shapes, the pictures.
Paramashivoham
Again and again, remember that you are only an extension. You're a manifestation. You're an extension of Swamiji. If you remember that, you will start manifesting all the powerful informations in your own experience. Okay, I see different answers being posted. So shall we verify what the answer was? You all can see it. This is the exact image that was projected to you all. It was just a vegetable basket. Okay, now I'm going to request all the participants today, through the day today, every single thing that you're going to be learning about, whatever you're going to be understanding, all of them are going to prepare you to experience Ishwaratva. You're going to be understanding the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva. You're going to be understanding the 11 dimensions of the cosmos, each of this. And primarily, we're all going to be learning about how the cosmos functions. Now, I'm going to be projecting another image for all of you to scan. Please put your eye bands again. I request all of you to please put on your eye bands again. Purushananda, that's great. See, let's do one more round. This time, go beyond just the shapes and colors because I know you've been practicing this for a long time. So now start trying to identify the exact objects and items in the image. Okay, I'm now going to be projecting an image and I request you all to scan through the third eye and identify what is the exact image.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
Please relax.
Paramashivoham.
I request all of you to please open your eyes. Now, I request every one of you to pose in detail and share whatever Swamiji revealed to you in the third eye.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
I request every one of you to share every single detail, whatever you saw through the third eye.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Alright, I see various different answers being posted. The answer, the exact image that was projected to you all was as being projected was just an image or scenery of a village. Actually, whenever you manifest, right, make it a point to go into elaborate detail, as detailed as possible, and you can go on sharing whatever you are seeing, and you will see that little give you breakthrough. Now, we're all going to be entering the first session of our day today, where we will be understanding about Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara, an introduction to self, the world, and God. Let's all enter the session.
Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. The exact English translation of these three words is self, God and world. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All three are made of same stuff. How you respond to all three will always be same. Please understand. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about Ishvara, God. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about the world. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about Ishvara. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about the world. If you have visual understanding about yourself, for example, when you look inside what you are, if you get an idea visually, you will be able to see Ishvara visually. You will be able to see the cosmos, anything, anywhere visually. If you close your eyes and see yourself, you have only verbal idea, what thoughts are going inside. You can see Ishvara also only verbally. And about world also, you will have only verbal knowledge.
The basic thing needed for enlightenment is psychological revolution. Clarity about the self, world and God. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Jiva is the self. How you think, how you are driven, what is your inspiration, what makes you run in your life, what makes you move in your life, why you think, how you think. This understanding is Jiva. Then Jagat, how the clarity which happened in me or the desires and fears I feel in me, how I am going to connect it with the world. If I have some desires, how am I going to get it from the world? If I have some fears, how am I going to avoid it? Avoid those things being forced upon me by the world. That relationship is Jagat. Ishvara means the source for both. The source for individual self and the world is the Ishvara. Achieving the source, all these three is what is called enlightenment. First, having clear understanding about Jiva. Why you think, how you think. This clarity will give you the experience about Jiva. Then, how to connect with the world through your fear or through your greed. Achieving what you want to achieve or keeping away from what you don't want. This is the realization about the Jagat world. The third, Ishvara, which is the source of these two, experiencing it. Actually, it's a very subtle truth, but very strong truth. Just by understanding, it can liberate you. Just a simple understanding, it can solve so many problems, so many things. The click will straight away happen just by understanding. This sutra is the Nitya Sutra. Nitya Sutra means you need to practice it eternally.
25 states of consciousness, Jiva, 11 dimension of the universe, Jagat, 5 operations of the Sadashiva, Ishvara, Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Understanding of all these three and how they meet, how they connect, who means what to whom. what means what to whom, who connects with what in what way. This whole matrix is Maya. Realization of this whole matrix is Sadashivoham. Jiva Jagat Ishvara. And now when they understand the matrix between these three, the experience of Sadashivoham starts as a everyday happening. Please understand, happening means how the 9 body fluids are happening as long as you are alive in this body. Like this Sadashivoham will be one more oozing happening of as long as everything exists. The happening word, that is exactly the description of the word happening in Sanskrit. How the 9 body fluids go on happening as long as you are alive in this body. Anything which becomes that kind of happening in you only is anubhuti. So this matrix of Jiva Ishvara Jagat, realization and mastery over this matrix happening in you is Sadashivoham. Not that when you have an incompletion you will find completion, you will find solution. No, that is not called happening. That is taking medicine and healing. For example, you have a, what do you call that, low hemoglobin. You take medicine and then hemoglobin, you become iron lady, and then hemoglobin becomes all right. That is medicine. That is not happening. Understand? So when you find incompletion and you go for completion, it becomes all right. That is not happening. The moment hemoglobin starts coming down, automatically body secretes whatever is needed and it becomes all right, is only happening. So now this matrix and mastery over this matrix will become happening in you guys. That is Sadashivoham. When I am introducing, it is only a medicine. Wherever you have a problem, take this and heal, work, breakthrough. It's a medicine. But when this matrix is mastered, it becomes happening.
If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world and the God will change. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Jiva is idea about you. Jagat is your idea about the world. And Ishvara is your idea about the ultimate. All these three are very closely connected. If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world will change. And your idea about the Ishvara will change. If you are fear-based, you will feel very connected to the deities with all weapons. 18-handed Kali or Muniyasami, Karupannar, with all the deities which are violent. You will feel very connected because you are deeply feeling insecure. You want somebody to protect you with all the weapons. If you grow, if your idea about you changes, if you raise to the level of anahata, love, suddenly you will feel connected to Krishna. More love, more bliss, more joy. If you elevate yourself a little more, if your personality becomes a seeker, means seeker of enlightenment, you will feel connected to the master. No, with no other God you will feel connected. All those gods are okay, but you won't feel connected. Only the connection will be with master. You will feel master is everything. That is everything. People ask me, are you God? I tell them no. Only for selected. I am not God for all, but only for those few who are seekers. People come and ask me,
Swamiji, I heard that fellow had some miraculous experience in his life by you. You did that to him, this to him, why not do for me also? I tell them, no, it's not in my hand, it is in your hand. How much you feel connected? If you feel connected to me as a teacher, I will do only the teacher job. Only the teacher's job will happen. If you feel connected to me as a master, the master's job will happen. If you feel connected to me in a much more deeper level, those kinds of things will happen. It is feeling connected that creates the possibility for miracles. That creates the space for power of coincidence to happen. Understand? It is you feeling connected. You are feeling connected. That creates a special space where miracles just continue to happen. Miracles are not done. It happens. If it is done, it is a work. Only if it happens, it is a miracle.
For you to become your Ishvara, only Jagat is created. Jagat is generated for you to become your Ishvara. For Jiva to become Shiva, Jagat is generated. Now know your goal and know you and generate your Jagat around you. For generating the Jagat, understanding about wealth and relationship, health, all this jnana vrata is required. You want to become very healthy. It means you have to attract a kind of people who are inspiring you every morning to get up and do yoga and do panchakriya and eat healthy. You can't attract the fellows morning and say, hey, come on, let's go to bar. You can't afford to attract the fellows, come on, let's go to McDonald's. Eat that 7-layer burger, Texas size, Starbucks coffee, 2-liter Coca-Cola. If you attract that kind of friends and that kind of world around you, then don't expect to be healthy. So if you want to be healthy, you need to attract a kind of people, setup, system, place where people are all happy and wake up early morning and breathe that fresh ozone and bend the body, do the yoga and eat healthy, live happily, don't accumulate toxins.
Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself as of now to whatever you can perceive you, till that level you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore individually, separately, you are Shiva. Listen, let me repeat once more. Whatever you perceive as you, as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you, whatever you are perceiving as of now to whatever you can perceive as you. Understand? Even if you perceive yourself as Sadashiva, you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. Only then you are Shiva.
Sadashiva. Please listen. What Vedas describe as Brahman, Agamas describe as Sadashiva, is not what English word God means.
God means generator, operator, destroyer, three. Very clearly Agama says Sadashiva does Panchakritya, not three. Panchakritya means creation, protection, destruction, delusion, liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasha, Trodana, Anugraha. Even the word Srishti is not equivalent to creation. Even the word Sthiti is not equivalent to operation. Even the word Vinasha is not equivalent to destruction. Even that is a mentally retarded, handicapped version. The word God is not equivalent to Sadashiva. The very scope. West does not understand something called delusion and liberation. It understands only creation, operation and destruction. What they understand from their scope, they created their God. Understand what they could grasp, based on that they created their concept of God. What we experienced, from that we expressed Brahman and Sadashiva. So the Brahman in Vedas, Sadashiva in Agamas is not described, presented properly by the word God. I am first making this statement clear. So, the moment I have discarded even the word God, where is the question of getting absorbed into that God? Understand, supernatural, paranormal, magical, all these words no way relates with what Agama describes, Upanishad describes as Shaktis.
Let me enter into the satsang. Listen. Hindu tradition has only 3 steps for ultimate realization, manifesting Sadashivatva. 1. Shravana, listening. 2. Manana, internalizing. 3. Nididhyasana, manifesting, living. Listen carefully. Any great truth you listen, Shravana, which goes into your length logic dimension, should become part of your depth cognition. Once it becomes cognition, you start living it. That's all. Logically, you all heard millions of times from me, you are Mahasadashiva. You are the same pure consciousness. But it has not yet become your depth, cognition. It is sitting there, but not into your Anandagandha. Listen carefully. What is the way? All your great ideas, see, as long as it is only a length logic, it's an idea. When it becomes cognition, it is life. Ideas you have about your soul. What is individual soul? What is Jagat? Means universe, human beings, life, nature. What is Ishvara? Listen carefully. You have all the right ideas now. Nothing more need to be taught. That is why no guru can stand in front of my disciples. You guys know too much. No doubt. Amazing ideas about self means Jiva, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, God. You know too much and it is in your logic, in your length. But it has to become your cognition, depth. How? How? Understand, when all the great ideas about Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, self, universe and God is sitting in your logic, it is yet to become your depth cognition. You all have all the right things. I have seen many people, when they advise others, the way they advise, oh God. Understand, it does not need to be our weakness. It can become sadhana. Listen. How many of you feel when you solve others' problems, so many clicks happen inside you and many of your problems are solved? Raise your hand. That is always the technique. Start causing others. That is what I am saying. Understand, all the great understandings you have about each self, universe and God, Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All the great things, great ideas you have need to become part of your cognition, depth. How many of you feel everything I have in my length, if it becomes depth, now I will become enlightened? I have so much. What is the methodology then? Causing, that's all. Understand, causing is a spiritual practice because every time you cause others, you just lift yourself to the higher understandings, cognitions, where the understandings you have in the level of logic length becomes part of your depth cognition.
Sivam, ungal பெயர் அல்ல, ungal சத்தியம். Shiva is not just your name, it is your Satya, it is your Satya, it is your existence, it is you, it is you, it is your very you, the core of your existence is Shiva. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Listen. Even when you have self-doubt, see, always, all of you move from one thought to another thought because your mind moves from one thought to another thought. You get self-doubt about anything you try to understand. Understand? The believers will have a self-doubt about their bhakti. Non-believers, even atheists, will have a self-doubt about their atheism. Any philosophy you try to believe, you will have a self-doubt. Only when you experience
experience, your self-doubt will be burnt. Self-doubt, when it is unattended, becomes self-hatred. Self-hatred, when it is unattended, becomes self-denial. That's what I call SDHD, just like ADHD. How kids have ADHD, adults get into SDHD, self-doubt. Unattended self-doubt becomes self-hatred. Unattended self-hatred becomes self-denial. The SDHD leads to doubt about life, doubt about your own life. Doubt about your life becomes hatred for life and denial of life. LDHD, life doubt, life hatred, life denial, only becomes frustration, anger, depression about life. All the problems you face in your relationships with the external world, with the outer world, is LDHD. Listen, all the pasa you experience, all the mithya you experience, all the maya you experience, all the delusion you experience is LDHD. Life doubt, life hatred, life denial. All the insecurity you experience about life is God doubt, God hatred, God denial. Listen, what starts as SDHD starts manifesting as LDHD and goes to GDHD. Once you don't attend to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, it takes the form of LDHD and GDHD. Listen, come to the source core of you. The source of you through experience. How you experience, you exist with that same strength, power. You can experience Paramashiva exists today. With that experience of Paramashiva, your SDHD, LDHD, GDHD, all of it will disappear, dissolve. You will experience Paramadvaita, Parama Advaita. Understand that first. You always think, only if I can visualize the great truths inside me and concentrate on it without getting oscillated, I will get enlightened, I will experience Paramashiva. No. Paramashiva is larger than your ability to visualize. That is why Upanishads declares. Upanishads very clearly declares, Avangmanati kocharam. It is beyond your ability to visualize and verbalize. He is the frequency which cannot be verbalized. He is the vibration which cannot be visualized. The nada which cannot be verbalized, bindu which cannot be visualized. He is Satya, only can be experienced.
Before entering into the sutra, just few understandings, few words about the scripture, Shiva Sutra. This book is not even just a manual for enlightenment. It is a manual to create spiritual traditions. The technique which we are going to enter today is the base of whole Buddhist tradition. Each technique, each meditation technique which is described in this book is a base for one religious tradition, one spiritual philosophy. Out of this one meditation technique, whole Buddhist tradition is born. Fortunately, this book is older. That is why we are able to say from this book it started. People ask me, how can you keep Buddha also along with gods? Because Buddha did not accept Vedic gods. If you read deeply, Buddha never said there is no God or God does not exist. Whenever he was asked the question, he just avoided. Just not to waste the time. Because whenever you say yes or no, you have enough arguments. You will come and ask me, Swami, is there God? Atheism with a decent, cultured, responsible is straight path to enlightenment. There are many masters who led people to enlightenment through atheism. Very rational, logical, responsible. There are many masters who never accepted God but led people towards godliness. People ask me, is there God? I tell them God is not the thing to argue by saying yes or no. The moment I say yes, I'll have 1,000 more questions. The moment I say no, again 1,000 more questions. Both are not going to help you. Neither yes nor no is going to help you. Just give a technique through which he will realize. He himself will achieve the truth. Buddha did the same job. He never said yes, never said no. He just gave the method. He just gave the technique and led people to achieve the enlightenment, achieve the truth. In a very beautiful way, without accepting the authority of the Veda, he contributed to Vedic tradition. See, there will always be 50% of the people saying no for everything. See, when you say no, it feels very juicy. Saying no is really very juicy. That is why, kids, why do you think constantly kids say no for anything and everything? Because it gives them the feeling that they are grown up now. Only when you say no, you feel you have freedom. There is something called positive freedom. Freedom of acceptance and saying yes, the ultimate freedom. But unfortunately, neither we are taught about it nor we experienced it. I can tell you actually, this moment you can liberate yourself. All you need to do is accept you as you are in the outer world and the inner world. Suddenly you will see you are unclutched. You are clutched by only one thread, non-acceptance. Sutre Maniganaiva. Krishna says, I am the thread running through the whole existence. There is one thread in you which is running through the whole suffering of your life. Non-acceptance. Just like a Lord is the thread. Krishna is the thread running, connecting the whole existence. Your non-acceptance is the thread running and connecting your whole sufferings. What you call as samsara roga, bhava roga, suffering of disease. This one moment, a simple acceptance. People ask me, I am not able to accept that I am not able to accept me, Swamiji. I tell them, already at least accept that you are not able to accept you. That's all. Even that is an acceptance. Even that acceptance can suddenly unclutch you. There is no need for thought flowing in you. There were one group of people who are very simple, who are able to straight away connect and accept and realize the truth. For that group, the Vedic tradition was helping. But slowly, unfortunately, a kind of a negative wave, a negative group started developing because the spiritual techniques and the transmission of the spiritual enlightenment was not happening at one point. Transmission of enlightenment was not happening. So the antagonistic crowd, the crowd which started saying no to everything. If you say no logically, there won't be any problem. Saying no, just, I don't want, just for the sake of feeling strong. For that group, there is nobody to guide them. It is not that just because they have gone astray, they can be dropped or they can be completely thrown out. No. Somebody has to take care of them. So then, divine descends as Buddha, who gathers all the dropouts, gathers all the people who say or saying constantly no. He also gathered all of them and said, yes, he played the same tune. He played the same tune, but I can say among the masters, Buddha is the master who contributed maximum number of enlightened beings to the planet Earth. Maximum number of enlightened beings are contributed to planet Earth from the Buddhist tradition. Directly from Buddha. When he was alive, fortunately he was in the body for more than, you can say 80 years. And he became enlightened around 40. 40 years enlightened public mission. He created at least 10,000 enlightened beings. I think even now it's a achievement. I don't think anybody else has done much more than that. He contributed so much without directly saying yes or no to the question whether God exists or not. He straight away gave the technique. And that technique is from this sutra. This is the sutra which forms the core, center of the Buddhist tradition. That is why the Upanishad says the person who is initiated, the initiated person, for him whole world is heaven. Amritasya, immortal heaven. The person is uninitiated. See, understand the word initiation. It means not that doing some ceremony or ritual. Initiation means the click happening in you. When a master expresses the truth, the realization, if the click happens in you, if suddenly you feel, oh God, right, what he says is right. I was always thinking this. He put it in the right way. If you feel whatever I am speaking, always you thought about it, but I am verbalizing it. I am properly putting it in word, initiation has happened. That is the scale, whether initiation has happened or not. If the initiation happens, the whole world is heaven. If the initiation is not happening, then the whole world is hell. All you need to understand is this two quality. When you do not accept this moment, starts the greed. When you do not accept the moments which may come, there starts fear. Out of greed, the quality of rajas gets added into your system. Out of fear, the quality of tamas gets added into your system. All you need to understand, the more and more time you spend in the middle path means accepting the inevitability and accepting your present moment, accepting you as you are now, understanding the inevitability of the life which may happen in you, happen for you. When you have these two understanding, that is what we call sattva, means relaxed, restful middle path. Neither you are driven by the non-acceptance of the present moment, nor you are driven by the non-acceptance of the future moments. Non-acceptance of the present moment and future moment are the root of rajas and tamas, restlessness and fear, restlessness and inertia. This simple understanding, this psychological revolution, actually the moment initiation happens in you, every word which comes out of the master rings bell in your heart, and that becomes a strong, clear programming in you. Programming your life based on the Vedic knowledge. Even the Vedic knowledge seems to be too small word. The right word is the true knowledge. Actually, Vedic knowledge is true knowledge. But in course of time, people have started thinking Vedic knowledge is something like a branding. No. All of us need to understand the word Veda. Veda means the knowledge which comes out of your inner space when you are unclutched. When you are unclutched and relaxed, whatever research and development happens automatically inside you without you contributing or you interfering. That is Veda. If you just keep quiet, Veda will happen in you. That's all is the basic truth. When you unclutch and rest in a silence, relax in silence, a strong visualizations without verbalizations will happen in you. Those truths are only called Vedas. There is a beautiful description about who is Rishi in Sanskrit. Mantra drashta is Rishi. Understand? Not the person who heard the mantra, but the person who sees the mantra. Mantra drashta. Drashta means who sees. Means the whole knowledge or truth will happen in you as a visualization, not as a verbalization. When you drop from verbalization, unclutch from verbalization, mantra drashta will happen. Now we are all only listening the mantra. Means like a sound, either from outside or from inside. It comes out only as a verbalization. Then you are not Rishi. Relax. Then it is not Vedas. It is not the true knowledge. It is perverted knowledge. In Sanskrit we use the word, the perverted knowledge. Means half truth or perverted truth. When you unclutch from the verbalization which is constantly happening, your strong visualizations beyond your verbalization will come out. All you need to do is put all your effort and relax from unclenching. Suddenly you will see a very strong visualizations will start happening in you. Those visualizations are only called as visions. Mantra drashta. You will see the mantras. Mantra means knowledge, truth. You will see the mantras. You will see the truth. That is what is called Veda.
Nityanandan, that was a beautiful revelation we had from Swamiji. Where Swamiji explained about the relationship between Jiva, the individual soul, the self, Jagat, the world, Ishvara, God. Understand? Jiva, the Ishvara, the individual self, world, and God. All these three are very strongly, deeply connected to each other. Only after you understand this, you will even be able to cognize about how Paramashiva is existing in you, breathing through you, doing the Panchakrityas, Sadashiva Murti. He's doing the Panchakritya through you. How many of you are understanding this powerful revelation that Swamiji just revealed? Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and post here whatever you have understood so far from this session? Listen, every time you change a particular perception, cognition about you, it impacts the cognition you have about the world. It impacts the cognition you have about God. Every time you change the cognition you have about God, I'll give you one example. For how many of you? The moment you met Swamiji, you got deeply connected to Swamiji. And at the back of your mind, like deeply inside of you, you know, anything happens, Swamiji is there, he will take care. Like it's a strong cognition that you have in you. How many of you are seeing, because that cognition about God has transformed inside of you, even the way you feel inside you, oh, some things are impossible or some things, how you used to feel inside you earlier before this versus how you're feeling now. There's a vast difference between these two. How many of you are catching this? Like earlier, let's say your cognition about God. See, we all carry a particular cognition, including the atheists, carry a particular cognition about God. That higher existence, supreme intelligence, either you relate with fear or you relate with greed, you relate it with the negotiation manner, anything might be the way you relate with. But that cognition, that idea you carry, directly has a deep impact inside your inner space. It impacts, molds, shapes the way how you perceive you and how you perceive the world itself. The cognitions that you carry inside you about God, let us say that you're carrying the cognition that whatever I want, Swamiji will just make it happen for me. Look, you have it as a strong cognition in you. You feel very, it's like, it's not even that you have to recollect and think and no. You just know it. Even you didn't consciously create that cognition. But like there is this undercurrent in your thought current that says, hey, Swamiji is there. Even at the worst lows in my life, I know he is there with me. Nothing should affect. So what happens, even if something happens in your life, the worst terrorizing situation, which normally would have broken down, would have just collapsed. But because of this cognition shift that you have about God, your cognition about life will change. There are so many people who come get connected to Swamiji, experience especially this death meditation process and all, and they'll write in their experience. I have heard from many people, they'll say, how because of meeting Swamiji, even when some worse situations like somebody died in their family and some death they had to face, still impact, the negative impact of the powerlessness that it is expected to have would not even be there. He'll remain so unaffected, unperturbed by the whole thing. Understand? If you are confused about self, Jiva, you will be confused about God also. You will be confused about Ishvara. If you're confused about self, you will be confused about the world. If you're clear about self, you will be clear about Ishvara. If you're clear about self, you will be clear about Jagat, the world. The cognitions you carry in any one of these three affects each other. There's a beautiful verse in Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the 63rd Sutra in the 40th Dharana, where Paramashiva reveals, Sarvam Deham Chinmayam Hi Jagadva Paribhavani Yuga Panirvikalpena Manasa Paramodayaha. It says, your body, Jiva, is filled with consciousness. Who is Sadashiva? Yourself is Sadashiva indeed. And the whole universe, the Jagat, is also Chinmayam, the essence and nature of consciousness. Expand your cognition to the whole universe with its many planets, galaxies in space, and beyond all is Sadashiva. How many of you are understanding this? See, whenever you feel that you are a sinner, you feel strongly, you believe you are a sinner, you are a bad person, you will feel, you will always carry the fear inside of you when you relate to God, where you say, the God will probably be a punishing God. That will be the cognition, that will become a default cognition in you. Because the cognitions you carry about each one of these affects the other. Then you will feel like life is going to be very, very difficult for you. You're going to have cunningness or manipulation to deal with life. These kind of cognitions get intertwined with each other. This is very subtle, but two important signs that Swamiji has revealed to us. Many times we think, hey, I'm only feeling bad about myself. I'm only having lower inner image inside of me, but not about God. Of course, I have high devotion to God. But unfortunately, we miss a major key point over here. The cognitions you carry about you will directly affect the cognitions you carry about God, the cognitions you carry about world. When someone is suffering inside, they will automatically feel that the whole world is there to torture them. Because they are having the victimized feeling inside about themselves, it will dictate the cognition that they carry about the world, whether the people around them are really being torturous or not. Independent of that, they will project that part only in the world outside them. And even if people are not, they will perceive them like that and create manifest situations where they can continue feeling the victimhood inside. It's too important. Only when you understand and catch this, the cognitions you carry inside you about you matters, and that directly impacts the way how your life is, the way how you relate with God, the divine. When you have self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial patterns inside of you, you start having God doubt, God denial, and God hatred also. And it will go further even into Guru doubt, Guru hatred, Guru denial. It is too subtle but too important for us to grasp how one affects the other. Because most of the time we think, it's happening inside, it's happening inside, and we somehow feel just okay to let that victim feeling, the low inner image, all the wrong cognitions to be cherished inside. No. The cognitions you cherish inside of you plays a very important role. It is directly affecting how you relate with God. It is directly impacting how you relate with the world, how you relate with your family, how you relate with your friends. Everything gets affected. How many of you are understanding this? And Janavi Kanapriya, you're posting, right? How you're beautifully feeling Swamiji's presence inside you continuously. See, that is the positive impact. The moment you connect deeply with Swamiji, the cognition about God, when that shifts, that just is inside your being and transforms the very cognition you carry about you. Hope all of you are understanding this so far. All right. Now, let us all take a few minutes. I request every one of you to sit and pen down this exercise. Sit and identify the cognitions you carry about each one of us in every level and see how it connects to each other. What are the cognitions you carry about the world? What are the cognitions you carry about God? And the cognitions you carry about you? Just write down and see how they are connected with each other. Please start now. Yes, Nityanandam. I hope all of us, how many of us are understanding about how the cognitions that you carry about you directly impacts and influences the cognitions you carry about God and vice versa. Same with the cognitions you carry about world impacts you, influences the cognitions you carry about you and about God. And all these three are interconnected, connected to each other, which is why today's day, today's sessions are going to be so powerful for you. The cognitions you learn about the reality of God, Sada Shiva, how he exists, and the Atma Tattva, the unit of your consciousness, how you exist. What are the states of consciousness? How do we exist? All of these will very, very powerfully transform the very existence of you, and therefore even transforming the way how life occurs. So let us all now enter into this the next session, where you're going to be learning about the 25 states of consciousness. This is called as the Atma Tattva. Learning about the unit of your very consciousness. What are the qualities it has? Just the states of consciousness. And how does that impact you? Listen to the session very carefully. Every part of the session is so important. So make sure you're not missing out on any of these and listen intensely. Any questions you have further, feel free to ask in the chat. Let's now listen to the revelation from Swamiji.
Let me define consciousness. Consciousness is the strength, power of your experience about your first person, the source of your first person. How powerfully you are grounded into the experience of your first person. Who am I? What am I? Why am I? How am I? From when am I? From where am I? To where am I? Everything about your first person, the source of your first person, your experiential cognitions about the source of your first person is what I call consciousness. By focusing your energies, your colors, your manifestations. What are your manifestations? Your emotions, your ability to cognize, your ability to think, means your manaha, chittaha, buddhihi, your intelligence, your manas, your chitta, your buddhi, your body. All these are different manifestations of you. Panchakoshas. Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya. These are your manifestations. If you make all these five focus on the source of your consciousness and raise the frequency of your existence, that is only strength going to
come with you, for you, save you during this whole AI revolution. I wanted to reveal some of the sacred secrets, nuances of this 25 states of consciousness, 5 aspects of Sadashiva, 11 dimensions of the universe. Please understand. The moment I utter these big words, you think this is going to be useful for me after my death. Let me accumulate it and keep it like a death insurance. No, please understand. Understanding 25 states of consciousness will directly help you even your day-to-day dilemma. Should I smoke or not? Should I live with this husband or not? Should I divorce this wife or not? Should I go for this diet or not? Even as simple as these dilemmas. In this situation of my life, given the time, intelligence, money and future I have, is this decision right? Is this decision going to be the best possibility for me? Even in your day-to-day business, career, life, relationships, everything. In every level, the 25 states of consciousness can give you an amazing breakthrough. Understand? All dilemmas and doubts are nothing but your dream state interfering with your waking state without you calling it or invoking it. Your waking state, Jagrat. Without you calling, dream state comes in attacking you, interfering with your waking state. Constantly keeping you in a very low frequency, overlapping or unnecessary interference. Actually, whenever you are in dilemma, confusion, very simple. Just sip 30-40 ml of neem juice. No, because of the taste of the neem juice, you may never fall into dilemma and confusion afterwards. That is secondary. Very simple. I'll give you, it's like an experiment. Try. Because neem juice rudely brings you to the waking state. All dilemma is dreaming state, swapna, entering into you and convincing your waking state that dream state is part of your waking state. So the deluded information, less informed frequency of you, actually less informed frequency of you is your dream state. Little more informed frequency of you is your waking state. Completely, fully informed, awakened state of you, dimension of you is Turiya state. Not only fully informed, all empowered to manipulate, manifest, play with any of the, where knowledge is power, that state is Turyadita. Understand, this less informed dream state entering into your waking state and convincing your waking state that your dream state is part of your waking state. So it is like a less informed person and more informed person having a debate. How it will be? Even the logic or the frequency from which two ends of your dilemma operates will be different. Understand? For example, you are having a dilemma whether to start this business or not. When you are arguing for starting the business, feel how you feel your inner image. When you are arguing for not going for that business, how you feel your inner image. Or you have a dilemma whether to become a sannyasi or not. See, please understand, when you have this kind of debates, dilemmas, whether to go for divorce, whether to go for having a baby, whether to go for sannyas, whether to go for starting a business, or whether to go for having an affair, whether to go for building a new home. Whenever you have this, just observe one debate, one side of the debate will always be from more alert, higher inner image of you. The other side of the debate will always be from lower inner image of you. The moment you know this, just blindly vote to the fellow who is from the higher inner image. The debates and arguments which are coming from higher inner image, because he is Jakrat, the other fellow is Swapna, dream. Understand? For you to sit and have this understanding, you need little neem juice on the tongue, or a bay leaf on the tongue. Even the bay leaf, if you soak it in honey and chew, it will bring you to Jagrat state. You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So,
There are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Projector. Listen. With the idea I exist, and with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I am ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding, with thoughts, with the idea I exist, I consciousness. That state is called thinking, Jagrat. All of you are able to understand the word wakeful state, Jagrat? If you understand the word Jagrat, wakeful state, raise your hand. Great. I am using the Sanskrit word so that I will not forget, and all of you also will not forget. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why? Dream state. How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark, that's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist but the thoughts exist, means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exist nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word, that is why it is called turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means fourth, that's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there, I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is turiya. Now I want you to remember these four words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a fifth word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turiyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turiyatita. Turiyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. Means you are able to play with your awakening. These are the 5 states. Listen, let me repeat once more. Jakrat, waking state. Swapna, dream state. Sushupti, deep sleep state. Turiya, awakened state. Turiyatita, alive state, where you are awakened to the higher reality and you are able to manifest it as you want. Alive with your awakening. Where when you say, hey, static matter, dynamic activity and strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. Listen, all these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive, all these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. All these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea. Your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand, both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two-part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Sushupti and Jakrat, Sushupti and Turiya, Sushupti and Turiyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic, mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. Line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will use that, I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 that becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It is good. Sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. The tantrum throwing child. So better I use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are giant families inside, some of you are apartment complex inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. And even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it comes, whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face. Whatever come, what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I am calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state, and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through 25 various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep, and logic goes through the deep sleep. Both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You go into dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You go into dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit it's called vrakti. In English I am trying to translate
with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, that reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic, your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse, it is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? In waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously you agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's an awaking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I will call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, the which I marked, seeking awaken but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed.
but you know something you need to discover. I will call that as a seeking, but not active. It means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen and or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes the benchmark, the awakened state becomes the benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say a big capital letter no to everything external, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream, but go back to the deep sleep, again dream, and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I will say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experience this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand. You will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire. You will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief.
Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand? Next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During this moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into Turiya and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mungus. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mangus or mungus, how you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mungus. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. The tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got
Unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. Belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turyatita. That's the state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching your own effort. If both happens, that is what. If both happens, that is what is called Turyatita, which becomes permanent. Few basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi-dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyatita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem. But if you decide to become powerless, you can be powerless anywhere. If you decide to become powerful, you can be powerful anywhere. Fundamentally, this whole 25 state is 25 phases of you, 25 dimensions of you. Nothing is bad, nothing is good. Because many times you become powerless in dream state, it looks like a bad. Not the state is bad, but your habit and pattern of becoming powerless there is bad.
Satyojata, thus manifestation. Vamadeva, thus sustenance. Agora, thus rejuvenation. Tatpurusha, thus pulling out of delusion. Ishana, thus the job of liberation.
When you ferment love in you, creation happens. When you ferment bliss, sustenance happens. When you ferment ferocious, rejuvenation happens. When you ferment powerful cognition in the truth, reality manifesting in you. When you allow the Guru devotion, initiation, ferment in you, liberation happens.
துளிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா, கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இப்பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா. துளிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா, கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இப்பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா. கலைகளை உடைத்து எதிரியை ஒழித்து சிவமயமாக்கிடவா.
Nikanandam. what we just listened to, this powerful cognition, powerful revelation is about the 25 states of consciousness. Understand? The 25 states of consciousness, it is based on, there are 5 fundamental states, actually 4 fundamental states. The fifth state is the state which is beyond these 4. That is only called as the Turiya state. So now I request all the participants, first let's recap. What are these 5 states, the basic states of consciousness? What are the 5 states of consciousness with the permutation combination of which becomes the 25 states of consciousness? Can I request all the participants to please post here? Come on, Ma Mahagopyananda, Ma Paramashiva Shakti, Ma Dennis, all of you please share here. Ma Kylie Wong. What is that 5 states of consciousness, the permutation combination of which becomes 5 into 5, 25 states of consciousness. All of you post. What are those states of consciousness? Yes, the first is, see, the deep sleep state or the sushupti state. Second is the dream state or swapna state. Third is the waking state. Now, if you are able to see me, hear me, and understand, that means you are in waking state. If you are not, then probably you are in dream state or deep sleep state. So this is called as the Jagrat state. Fourth, the awakened state, alive, awakened, which is the Turiya state. Is the fourth is the awakened state, fifth is the alive state, which is actually beyond these 4, and you have the freedom in that fifth state, you have the freedom to enter into any of these states and come out as and when you want. Like not just into your states of consciousness, even into another person's states of consciousness. Like for example, when you have the darshan happening in your dream, so you're actually having a vision in your dream. So that is because Swamiji can enter from his Turiya state, he'll be able to appear and give you darshan in your dream state. So the fifth state is beyond these 4 states. That actually does not even have a name. It is called as beyond the 4th state. Turiya means the 4th state. Turiyatita means beyond the 4th state. It's called as the Turiyatita state. How many of you are understanding this? So far, how many of you are cognizing this? Wonderful. Malikika, you have posted how it is waking, dream, deep sleep. You have posted as awareness. And see, it is not just awareness. It is awakened state and alive state. The 5th state is beyond these 4 states. Are you understanding now? Beautiful. Can I request all the participants also to post here all the clips that you have had in this session? See, understanding these 5 fundamentals are important for you to understand the 25 states of consciousness. These are like the units that actually form the further 25 states of consciousness. Take a few minutes and please write down. You all can pen down and post it here in the chat. Now, listen to this carefully. We all have understood the 5 states. Your states of consciousness, the permutation combination of how your body is, what state your body is in, what state your mind is in. That combination decides the 25 states of consciousness. Same way, what state your heart is in, the emotions, and what state your logic is in. That also the tantrum throwing child and your logic. What state of consciousness are these two? Their permutation combination also is part of these 25 states of consciousness. Are all of us clear? If you all are understanding this so far, please post yes in the chat. Take a few minutes. I request all the participants to please post yes if you are able to understand. Great. Now listen carefully. The 25 states of consciousness, meaning the state of consciousness that your mind and body goes through. I'm going to project a chart for all of you. I request all of you to spend a few minutes to just write down this chart for you. Can I request everyone to please start? Sit and write this down.
Please relax. Have all of you finished writing down? Now, each of these 25 states of consciousness, if you start understanding and if you start cognizing them, actually you will see how in multiple different levels you will be able to understand what state of when your body is in what state, when your mind is in what state, how it is reflecting for you. If you just start understanding, analyzing how your body is responding in each of these situations, the kind of depth of an understanding that you will have. Actually, you all should know all the 25 states of consciousness that exist. The whole, how does each of these states exist is the permutation combination of the states. There are 5 main states. Who can tell the 5 main states? Actually, 4. The 5th is the states beyond the 4th state. Okay, Lisika is asking, what's the difference between thoughts and I exist? Okay, Lisika, are you there? Lisika, are you there? See, I'll explain to you the exact difference. Listen very carefully. There are 4 main states of consciousness. The 5th state is also existing, which is beyond the 4 states. The first one is when you are awake, Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, and Turiya. Turiya Theta is the 5th state. Jagrat is your waking state. Swapna is your dream sleep state. Sushupti is your deep sleep state. And the Turiya is your awake state, alive state. And Turiya Theta is your awakened state. Means, I'll explain to you now clearly. Swamiji showed the chart, right? When you are awake, you have eye consciousness and thoughts. You're in Jagrat state. Like right now, if I tell Lisika, you will respond to me, right? You have the eye consciousness and you're having thoughts. But in your dream state, you have thoughts. That's why you dream. You dream that you're writing an exam, you dream so many different things, but you don't have the eye consciousness. That's why in your dream state, even if you are called Lisika, someone calls you, you will not recognize, you will not be able to connect it because the I identity does not exist. Same way, in Turiya state, you have I consciousness but no thoughts. You deeply exist in your identity, but there are no thoughts. In Sushupti state, you neither have thoughts. When you're in deep sleep, even if someone calls you, you will not know. Same way, you will not have any thoughts. There would have been no dream. You will be just in deep sleep. Are you catching it? Lisika, are you understanding? So these are the primary states of consciousness, how we exist. Now, each of these states, this is how you exist. So the permutation combination of these states forms the 25 states of consciousness. See, understand? Mind, the logic, body, your physical body. The permutation combination between these two forms the 25 states of consciousness for you. If you just start understanding how you exist in each of these states, if you start cognizing it, you will start analyzing. You will be able to have a clear map how you exist in each of these states. Are you catching it? Are you understanding? Now, each of you, I'm going to request every one of you to understand this very clearly. When you start understanding how the 25 states of consciousness happen, you will have a much more clear understanding in each of these states, how you exist. You will start having a deep clarity about different ways in how you exist. See,
one is the clarity about how you exist, and another most important thing, the problems come with any state that you are in only whenever you feel that you are feeling powerless inside you in any of the states. That is the mistake. The problem with any states of consciousness, there's nothing about high or low. The problem is when you are feeling powerless in any of these states of consciousness. How many of you are catching that? So, which is why you need to understand this very deeply, to cognize this. Then you yourself will first effect that will happen to you is a deep healing and tremendous powerfulness, because you will know what is precisely happening in you. You will not be sitting and beating yourself down. Most of the times you start beating yourself down and start feeling really low about yourself. And that is what is causing that powerlessness in your system, which in turn affects your very mentality, how you exist, and it puts you down. But just this one thing can completely transform the way how you hold yourself inside you. How many of you are cognizing this and understanding this? So you all wrote down now about the 21st states of consciousness. You all wrote down how your mind is in and what state your body is in, correct? Now, using the table that you have written down, I request all of you to answer the following questions. You're going to ask you a bunch of questions and you're going to post which state you are in, okay? When you experience tiredness in you, listen carefully. When you experience tiredness in you, what is the state of your body? What is the state of your mind? Please first, when you experience tiredness in you, what is the state of your body and what is the state of your mind? Come on, all the participants, take a few minutes and please post here. Yes. The answer for this question is when you are tired, your mind is in waking state, the body is in sleeping state. Next, when you are bored, what is the state of your mind and what is the state of your body? Please post here in the chat. When you are in boredom, what is the state of your body and what is the state of your mind? When you're bored, your mind is in sleeping state, body is in waking state. Okay, now the next one. Which state of consciousness are you experiencing when you're frustrated? Or when you're frustrated, what is exactly happening in you? Which part of you, Swamiji said, this part of you is extremely active when you're frustrated. What part is that? Answer is tantrum throwing child. See, now just understanding each one of these gives you tremendous clarity about yourself. It gives you not just the clarity, but also the powerfulness that is required for you to be powerful in each of these states of consciousness. All of us understanding this? Now, let us all enter into power manifestation. With this powerful cognition and powerful understanding you are having, you're going to be entering into the power manifestation. Now, today we're all going to be manifesting the powers of length, breadth, and depth animation. See, like how we have 25 states of consciousness, right? We have the 11 dimensions of the universe which exists. You can harness these 11 dimensions of the universe to access various information that you want, that is required anywhere within the cosmos. This science to harness the 11 dimensions of the universe is what Swamiji reveals in the length, breadth, and depth dimensions
in Revelations. So we are going to, before we enter into manifesting powers, we are going to first understand what are these 11 dimensions. Length is the logic, breadth is emotions, and depth is your cognitions, time is time dimension, and space. All these 5 basic dimensions. Today, actually, you're all going to learn how to manifest length and breadth. You're going to be able to see, just by seeing any place, you'll be able to tell its height. There are so many different ways you can manifest this problem. But before we enter into the power manifestation itself, first we need to understand what are these dimensions? What are these 11 dimensions? So you can start harnessing those 11 dimensions to manifest whatever you want as reality in life. Ready? So now we're going to be listening to Swamiji's revelations on what these 11 dimensions are. Swamiji will himself be introducing to all of us about these 11 dimensions. And let us all listen to the revelations now.
Hindu tradition is a powerful knowledge source. Understand? Thousands of years before Mahadeva has spoken about this 11 dimension, modern day science is still sitting with the 5th dimension. Mahadeva has gone to 11 thousands of years before. And you need to know, in Hinduism, 11 genders, not 3. West talks only about 3. Male, female, and the whole thing, everything they classified into LGBT. In Hinduism, 11 genders. Male biomemory in female muscle memory. Male muscle memory in female biomemory. And same way there's a clear description of experiences of these 11 dimensions. If 25 states of consciousness knowledge is shared with the world, whole psychology, psychiatry, this department will collapse. About everything. Life, desire, good, bad, purpose of life, right, wrong, about everything. Having powerful cognition, getting matured, having powerful cognitions, getting matured. Because of that powerful cognitions, manifesting powers. Now, giving powerful cognitions to you about the universe is introduction to 11 dimensions of the universe. Listen, the modern day so-called science is able to understand only 4 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time. But the ancient science, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, elaborately describes the 11 dimensions and the beings exist in the 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. These are the 5 unit dimensions, and the permutation combination of that 5, length, breadth with the time space, breadth, depth,
with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of these 5 basic dimensions forms 11 dimensions of the universe. Let me introduce the first dimension. Dimension means aspect of the universe. See, 25 aspects of you only is the 25 states of consciousness. So now internalize. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 11 aspects of the universe is 11 dimension. 5 aspects of God is Panchakritya. First dimension, it's called length. Listen. Each of this dimension has its own tattva, unit. So understand these basic principles. Length. Length means anything which flows with a systematic certain logic. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4, or if you add this acid and this acid, this is the product, comes out. This chemical and this chemical, this is the chemical, comes out. Anything repeatedly flows in the same logic is length dimension. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or the Ganga moving from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar. It's all logic. Listen carefully. All logic which moves systematically comes under length dimension. If I introduce other 2-3 dimensions, then you will understand. You will be able to grasp the depth of each dimension. Length dimension is a power by itself. If you master the length dimension, anything which works as per the logic will be under your control. You are master of it. Everything which flows in the rhythmic logic is breath dimension. Listen, rhythmic logic is different and simple logic is different. Simple logic is length. Rhythmic logic is breath. Breath does not mean, it does not have a logic, and it does not mean it's a rigid logic. All language, all mathematics, all data analysis, all the statistics, all this comes under length dimension. Rhythmic flow of logic is breath. Means it's not that length is not there, but it is not rigid length. It's not rigid logic.
like dance, music, poetry. Poetry is the breadth dimension of language. Silence is the depth dimension of language. Speaking is the length dimension of language. Mathematics is the writing dimension of length. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Yantras are the depth dimension of writing. Listen, now I am giving you a very important understanding. You need to come to these cognitions. That is why the lessons about the 11th dimension. These cognitions are needed. Actually, I am teaching you how to come to powerful cognitions with this 11th dimension. With this 11th dimension, the two important results you need to achieve. Mahadeva says the first result is manifesting powerful cognitions, then manifesting powers. Listen, there is a big difference between these two. Listen carefully. If you read through third eye, it is manifesting powers. If you realize if my third eye is available for me, it is available for me because my third eye is connected to Swamiji's third eye. It means I can connect with his third eye. If I can connect with his third eye, I can connect with anyone's third eye. And using anyone's third eye and starting reading is manifesting powerful cognition. The rhythmic flow of logic, length is breadth. All the actions and activities of heart and art, goes into breadth dimension, where there is a logic, but there is a flow, not rigid logic. Listen, all your patterns function from breadth dimension, not from length dimension. Like if I sit in cold, tomorrow I'll get fever. Because my father had diabetes, I will also have diabetes. This kind of stupid cognitions. Rhythmic flow of the body language is dance. Rhythmic flow of the verbal language is poetry. Rhythmic flow of the sound is music. Rhythmic flow of the life is peace. But depth of life is bliss. Peace is not bliss. Understand? Powerfulness of the length is relaxation. Powerfulness of the breadth is peace. Powerfulness of the depth is bliss. Length is your logic, breadth is your emotions. What is emotion? A logic out of which you functioned many times, now you automatically function based on that logic is emotion. Packed logic is emotion. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? You know, in this situation, this is the way you have to behave. Because many times this is the way you have done. This way your father has done, your grandfather has done, your grandmother has done. length repeated again and again, which became your muscle memory, is breath. Breath repeated again and again, which became your biomemory, is depth. Depth is your conclusions. Depth is the cognitions and conclusions you carry about you, life, God, people, everything. I'll repeat. Logic of you and the universe is length dimension. Rhythmic logic of you and the universe is breadth dimension. Cognitions from which the logic and rhythmic logic of you and the universe manifests is depth dimension. Listen. Listen to the fourth statement. Time, kala. Time is a rough word, English word. Let me use the word kala directly. Kala, that's the fourth dimension. No difference between your kala and kala of the universe. Listen carefully. Anything which makes you feel universe's time is different and your time is different is not you. Your length, when its frequency increases, becomes breath. Your breath, when its frequency increases, it becomes your depth. Your depth, when the frequency intensely increases, it becomes your time. In breadth, length is included. In depth, length and breadth is included. In time, length, breadth, depth is included. This fourth dimension is the space where your so-called normal human life faces a breakthrough. Time is a frequency dimension of the universe, aspect of the universe, where you and universe are reverberating in the same frequency. Unit of time of the sun, moon, Kailasa and you is one and the same. Listen, yesterday I said, our 1 year is 1 day for them, but unit is same. Only quantity difference. How many of you are understanding? It's only quantity difference, but not. So in Tattva, principal unit, listen carefully, your logic and logic of the Devatas are different. They are not same. Your breath and Devata's breath, not that far away, little closer. Your depth and Devata's depth, little more closer. But in time, your unit of time and their unit of time is one and the same. There is only quantity difference. Tattva, fundamental principle unit is same. How many of you are getting it? Yes, for us 1 year is their 1 day, but our 1 year is 1 day for them. It means what? Unit is same. Your remembrance of you powerfully associated to some subject or not associated to something. For example, you may remember you powerfully by feeling I have a young body. You may remember you powerlessly feeling, oh, I don't have a bank balance. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerfully. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerlessly. How many of you are understanding this? This binary is time. That's all. Catch it. Listen. This binary is time. Kala. Kala, Sanskrit word, means jumping between associated powerfulness and associated powerlessness. Understand. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart, and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Get thoroughly terrorized. Getting mesmerized by the size and shape and getting terrorized by the space is called marriage. A full cycle of marriage is getting thoroughly mesmerized by the size and shape, length, breadth, depth, and getting thoroughly terrorized. I have seen some of the people getting terrorized by the marriage so strongly, they decide forever in any janma no marriage. Lot of people are deciding that. That is why more and more by birth the attitude and aptitude moves away from male female. Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. The space constitutes a person. Understand, the space you carry decides who you are. Your polished vocabulary, your sophisticated poetic body language, your cute romantic behavior, you will not be able to keep all this consistently even if you are an amazing actor. No. No. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor, comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space. The flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. We call it Valimandalam in Tamil. In English, I think it's called atmosphere. Yes. See, it's like an atmosphere. Length, breadth, depth, and space, when they collide, the atmosphere created is time. It has no independent existence. If the length, breadth, depth moves away from the space, the time will not have its existence. Listen. If something is a straight logic, it is called length dimension. Almost there is no blind spot. Same way, there is no depth. Listen carefully. Playing your whole life in length dimension is like a ship in the port, shipyard. Safe, but ship is not built for it. Ship is safe in shipyard, in port, but ship is not built for that. You are always safe if your life is based on logic, but you are not built for that. Anybody who feels secured by the logic dimension's abundance is foolishly feeling secured. Please listen. If you are cognizing you are very secured because of the bank balance zeros you have, electronically generated zeros in the bank computer screens by the exploiting ignorant stupid guys, if that is giving you the concept of security, you are stupidly secured. I am not saying that money cannot give you comfort. Yes, it can give you many things which you cannot buy without it, no doubt. But if you cognize that is going to give you a complete security in life, you are fool. It can give you painkiller, it cannot remove pain. Bed is not equivalent to sleep. When you don't have bed, you equate bed to sleep. Only if you have multi-bedroom house, you will understand bed is not equivalent to sleep. Same way, security you feel based on length dimension is the security ship feels in the port. Is that security for the ship? No. Security of the ship is its ability to handle everything of the ocean. Security for you is your ability to handle all the 11 dimensions. If you don't tumble down in the 25 states of consciousness, you are secured. The ultimate security, please listen, in the doing aspect and being aspect. Sushupta sushupti, to turyadita turyadita. If you can handle, that is what is security. With the introduction to the 11th dimension, the intensity of your powerful cognitions will just shoot up. Understand? The amount of powerful cognitions, all of you need to understand the meaning of the word powerful cognition. For example, if you see somebody dying, are you going to cognize it as powerlessness, shaking, fear? Are you going to cognize the situation with a powerfulness? That is the way the reality is. What next? In every situation, cognizing with powerfulness, whether health, relationships, love. Listen. Knowledge and understanding
even if it is intellectual. Knowledge and understanding of this 11th dimension makes many of the suffering caused by others and the sufferings you cause to others redundant. Only a person who understands 11 dimensions of the universe can be non-violent, can be really non-violent.
Understanding about this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand, life should be like everything around you should be just vibrating with you. The moment thought comes, an idea comes, a cognition comes, the whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your multiple possibilities. Actually, I am interested in you, not your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? I tell them first, your consciousness, let you make it to the higher frequency. Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt. You to that level. Experience the depth of your consciousness. You should feel you have become too big. Wow, existence is really nice. The way I exist now feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Depth of personality is bliss. That consciousness you are carrying, that chit you are carrying, should be constantly manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. See, I want you to know these dimensions, only then I can take you to the next level of experience. Otherwise, when I give you the experience, you will be overwhelmed. See, with understanding about these dimensions, you yourself will know how the powers are manifesting. And you will start playing with them. You getting comfortable with your consciousness and manifesting powers will start happening once you understand these 11 dimensions. Now, see, I have a responsibility. I have to give you this knowledge without giving you suffering. Mahadeva puts that word. There's a clear command. Knowledge has to be given without suffering. Listen, first thing you need to know about the universe because you are living in universe. Ignorance is no way cute and ignorance is not going to save you anywhere. Second, why I am teaching about this fundamental units of the universe, 11 dimensions, because understanding about these 11 dimensions will make you manifest multiple powerful cognitions and powers. I'll repeat. See, manifesting powers of third eye, like reading through your third eye, scanning through your third eye, is power. But understanding the fundamental principle, unit, tattva, why you are able to do? Because you connect your third eye with a third eye which is already awakened, your master's third eye which initiated you. And that third eye is connected with all the existing third eye. Then the power you manifested through your third eye is not limited to your third eye. You can read through any third eye. That is what is powerful cognition. Understand? So today you are going to manifest powerful cognitions. Only then you will understand how understanding about these multi-dimensions makes you start functioning in multi-dimension level. Understand, my purpose is individual, having a breakthrough in consciousness and feeling you have now become multiple. Like earlier, if you felt you are in your body 100 unit, it should just become million unit. You should feel, wow, million unit, I am in my system now. That's all I am interested. If you have become million from 100, then you will know the whole dimensions of the universe, possibilities of life, powers of the consciousness. Everything starts manifesting. It's all fundamentally integrating you and making you experience superconsciousness. I am interested in you, not any adjectives added to you. I am interested in you manifesting, you radiating. My project plan is only one. You manifesting, you having a breakthrough. I'll do everything for that. Whether I ask you to eat vegetarian food or I ask you to apply the aushadas and take bath, or I ask you to do the yoga on the pole and the rope, it is all centered on one. Now, I'm going to introduce you the 11 dimensions of the universe, all only this purpose. Breaking the barriers you built around you and experientially manifesting, not just theory, word.
the 11 dimensions of the cosmos. What Swamiji has revealed for all of us in this session. See, the length, breadth, depth dimensions, time and space. These 5 are the unit dimensions, right? Swamiji revealed length is logic, breadth is emotion, depth is your cognitions, time is time and space. Now, the permutation combination of all these dimensions put together forms the 11 dimensions of the cosmos. Now, when you start understanding, when you start cognizing how these 11 dimensions work, you will understand every decision you make. Is it length-based, breadth-based, or depth-based? Okay, can I request all of you, Ma Mahagoptriyananda, Ma Yogapriyananda, Ma Mailin Seymour, Ma Vaping Zoo, can I request every one of you to post? What did you all understand? Which are the 11 dimensions? Can I request every one of you to please post? Ma Li Xiao, Ma Saroj. Come on, I request all the participants to actively post what you're understanding from this session. Who can post the 5 unit dimensions and their definitions? Ma Purushananda, Ma Yogananda Guru Prasadini, Ma Yoga Priyananda, Ma Vaping Zoo, Ma Mailin Seymour. I request every one of you to post which are all the 5 unit dimensions. See, because everything that you see around you, the tree, the book, or your cognitions, all of them are built from these 5 fundamental units: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Now, these 5 units forms the entire 11 dimensions of the cosmos. Now, if you operate your life based on your length-based decision, length again is logic, right? If you constantly operate from your logic, making all decisions based on your logic, then understand everything in your life will only be stuck within the length dimension. If you bring breadth is creativity. If you bring breadth-based decisions in your life, all your decisions in life, cognitions in life, it will all be breadth-based. If you bring depth in your personality, if you bring depth in your cognitions, Swamiji beautifully says, depth of a personality brings joy. If you bring depth in your cognition, then you manifest all of them from the best powerful cognitions. Based on what you manifest depends on you. Length, breadth, depth, all of these are the fundamental principles from which the entire existence is established. But first we need to analyze, are you length-based, breadth-based, or depth-based? How many of you are curious? How many of you want to know? Do I make decisions based on my length, or am I more a depth-based person? How many of you want to know that? All right. Now we are going to be doing a very beautiful exercise which will help you determine whether you are length-based, breadth-based, or depth-based. I'm going to first request all of you to write down a list of 25 activities that you do in the day. Any 25, all the 25 activities that you do in the day, right from your brushing, showering, or the daily decisions you make, different activities, work that you do in the day. I request all of you to write down at least 25 such activities you do in the day. Please take a minute and pen down. Now, in each of these actions that you have written for the day, please pen down, analyze your actions, your schedule, and identify how many of the activities that you do are length based, breadth based, and depth based. Please pen down all the activities that you do based on your logic, like your brushing, driving to the office. All of these are length based, which is just your logic. Your breadth based are the actions that you do out of your creativity, like poetry, pottery, art, dance, singing, or anything that helps you feel creative, like anything that comes from your creativity dimension. And depth based are all that strengthens your cognition. Yoga, puja, satsang, all of them are depth based activities. So please identify and pen down how many of the activities that you listed down are length based, how many of the activities you listed down are breadth based, how many of the activities you listed down are depth based. Please write. body relax. How many of you are actually noticing majority of the activities you do in a day is actually length based? See, when you fill your life with length based activities, your life will be dry because it will only be logical. If you fill your activity with breadth based, you'll experience emotional. Life will be emotional. When you experience depth based life, depth of the personality brings joy. Life will be blissful. The decisions you make, whether it is their length based, breadth based, or depth based, it has a huge role to play because listen very carefully. Every decision you make, the activities, everything that you do has a huge role to play in your experience what you receive as experience. So if you analyze your life, consciously decide and make it as depth-based life. Today we're all going to be manifesting the powers of length, breadth and depth. And you know why we manifest this power? With length, when you manifest the power of length, the logic, the power that logic has over you will drop. When you manifest these length, breadth and depth-based powers, it will give you so much of joy actually, because it will empower you to live depth-based life more and more. Now, we're all going to be entering into the power manifestation, and I'm going to request all of you to listen very carefully to this science of how this power is manifested. Actually, in Hinduism, you'll see we have so many references of how the powers of length, breadth, and depth are manifested. And at the reference for this power, the exact technique or process for this power, it is found, the reference is found in the Shiva Samhita. In Shiva Samhita, it is very elaborately Paramashiva reveals. There's a very detailed description of how the powers of length, breadth, and depth are manifested. Sanvasamatramabhyasam yah karoti dine dine sarva papa vinirmukto roganna sayate hi saha samvatsara kritabhyasad bhairavo bhavati dhruvam animadi guna labdhva jita bhuta gana swayam. When the yogi continues to manifest above powers of drinking nectar, manifesting the powers of a body physiology for 6 months, he becomes Bhairava, the independent cosmic power of Sadashiva, who is a lord of completion, time and space. He expresses the powers of Anima, which are the 8 naturally superpowers, and he becomes Jita Bhuta Gana Swayam. By his own self, he conquers all the elements in length, breadth, and depth dimensions. There are so many references to this actually. Like you will see nowadays, you will see a lot of these human calculators, right? Child prodigies who become, and many of them will say even they don't know how they're able to do it, but they just grasp numbers fast. And for some others, it's like a lot of training and mastering abacus method and various different things that makes them manifested. But in Hinduism, we have the clear signs. We have produced best geniuses who are able to manifest this power. For example, we have Srinivasa Ramanujam. He is popularly dubbed as the man who knew infinity. He was from a remote village in southern India, had no formal education whatsoever, and he was born during the colonial rule in India, which means Hindus were not really encouraged, Hindus were oppressed, and there was so much of persecution. And still, he made it to the Oxford University, and he's one of the top, most advanced mathematicians ever known to humanity. To this day, still scientists are trying to discover his formula, and they use his formula to study about the Big Bang and the black hole, etc. Srinivasa Ramanujam had elaborately stated about how whenever questions are put for math questions are put in front of him, he used to connect to Lakshmi and he used to ask Namagiri Tayar. He used to ask her to reveal. Whatever Devi Lakshmi used to reveal, he used to tell that to people. This is a science that he followed. Understand, you also will be able to manifest this exact same science. Just connecting to Devi, Parashakti, Lakshmi, and start manifesting all the powerful cognitions, all the powers, everything. Make it a part of you. Now I'm going to give you all some interesting questions, and I'm going to request all of you to scan and identify the details, the answers for these questions, right? So the first one, I'm going to be showing you all a building, and I'm going to request you all to scan the height of the building. Okay, your time starts now. Let's take 2 minutes per round. Please connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya. I request all of you to post the answer. Let's see. I see various different answers being posted. Okay, so shall we verify the height of the building? Come on, every one of you post. The first thing that comes to you, post it. So shall we check the answer to this question? Now, the building that we projected to you all, the height to that building, it's called the Mecca Royal Clock Tower. So it is 1972 feet, and it has 120 floors. And you all can see this is the height. So it's 1972. And I'm going to go to the next question again. Okay. Now I request all of you to scan this building and please post what is the exact height of this building that you're seeing. Please connect to Swamiji once again, chant the Mahavakya. And I'm going to request all of you this time to please post the first thing that you see. The moment you see, what is the first thing that comes to you in your third eye? Whatever Swamiji is revealing to you.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, I request all the participants to post what did you see exactly as an answer for this round.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
And here the exact height of this building is, it's called the Lotte World Tower, which is 555-meter tall, 123 floors long. Actually, all the participants that are manifesting this power right now. See, understand, for the length power, right? Swamiji tells beautifully, when you manifest this, length, actually you go beyond you master the logic dimension, means you don't anymore, you're not controlled by the logic, you're not dependent on the logic. You start mastering the logic dimension. That is how the length happens. Now, we're all going to be entering into the next session where we're going to be understanding about the Panchakritya of Paramashiva. We're going to be learning about how the Panchakritya gives you Ishwaratva, the mastery over your life.
The 11 dimensions of the universe, 25 states of consciousness, and then 5 aspects of Sadashiva, supreme reality, Ishvara, creation, operation, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Please understand, supreme cannot be just God. generator, operator, destroyer. Please understand, the supreme as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavan, Brahman, Sadashiva cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only three aspects. The Hindu understanding of supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major two aspects of life unfortunately was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the four dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. G-O-D-D-E-L. G-O-D-D-E-L. Godel. Listen. Whenever science or technology grows, the scientists and people who are expert in that field need to contribute right word. They need to support the language also to explain the concepts. English is learning spirituality, Sanatana Hindu Dharma first time. So let's contribute some good words. English is learning Sanatana Hindu Dharma from the source, I think first time. So Godel should be the word, not God. God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas cannot be translated as G-O-D, God, used in Western theologies. Understand, these five aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this five is only the manifest form of Godel, Sadashiva. Paramashiva introduces himself how he is manifesting to teach Agama as Sadashiva. As Sadashiva, he manifests with 5 heads, 10 hands, teaches Agama. Through these 5 heads, he does these 5 actions. Manifestation, it's called Srishti, manifestation. Then Sthiti, sustenance. Then Samhara, rejuvenation. Then Prabhava, pulling out of delusion. Then Anugraha, liberation. Listen. Listen carefully. Sthiti, Sthiti means maintenance. The first action is Srishti, second is Sthiti, third Sthiti means maintenance. First Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, maintenance or sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation or dissolving or destruction, whatever word you want to use. Samhara, literally the word Samhara means transformation, rejuvenation, it one becoming another. So listen carefully. Srishti, manifestation. Sthiti, maintenance. Samhara, rejuvenation. Prabhava, pulling out of delusion. Anugraha, liberation. Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Satyojata, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Ishana. These are the 5 phases. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha or Adhomuha, unborn, beyond form, formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 phases as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 phases he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 phases. I'll tell you. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. Including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained
The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, pindanda level. Same way, in the brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Panchabhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion. Throbhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale Throbhava. Delusion in the Pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, Anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nityananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all this deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. Paramashiva does 5 actions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting in delusion, and liberation. First 4, creation, he does by sitting in Brahmaloka. As a Brahma he manifests and creates. Maintenance, he does by lying down in Paramapada as Parandama. Rejuvenation he does as Maharudra in Kailasa, from Kailasa itself. Putting in delusion he does through many of his forms like Bhikshadana, all those forms he took just to put people in delusion. Liberation. For liberation, he always comes down to planet Earth. He has to assume human form. The form he assumes for liberation is Guru. Keeping liberation as a predominant activity, the form he assumes is Guru. Listen. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion. When you understand the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation does not happen as you understand. Many things what you call as creation actually is rejuvenation. Many things you call as sustenance is actually rejuvenation. Many things you call as rejuvenation is actually manifestation, srishti of many things. In all these three, creation, maintenance, and rejuvenation, in all these three, various other dimensions are also there. Realizing that is getting out of delusion. That manifests as liberation. Focus on your first person. You will see how the creation as a multiple components, sustenance as multiple components, rejuvenation as multiple components, you will realize how you come out of delusion just by understanding it, and you will experience liberation. I am repeating, focusing on the source of your first person, you will realize the way you generate. For generating, how you rejuvenate, how you sustain, how you sustain for sustaining, how you create and how you rejuvenate, how you rejuvenate and for rejuvenation, how you create and how you sustain. When you understand this deeper nuances, you are liberated from all these three. You are pulled out of this delusion. You will realize this creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, this three itself is a delusion. That is what is pulling yourself out of delusion. Then you will experience liberation. Listen, this is the truth, ultimate truth, directly from Paramashiva, from Mahakailasa. I am revealing this for the first time. So meditate on it. Internalize this. This is Nirvana Diksha.
Satyojata, thus manifestation. Vamadeva, thus sustenance. Agora, thus rejuvenation. Tatpurusha, thus pulling out of delusion. Ishana, thus the job of liberation.
When you ferment love in you, creation happens. When you ferment bliss, sustenance happens. When you ferment ferocious, rejuvenation happens. When you ferment powerful cognition in the truth, reality manifesting in you. When you allow the Guru Bhakti, devotion, initiation, ferment in you, liberation happens.
தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இவை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இவை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா தடைகளை உடைத்து எதிரியை ஒழித்து சிவமயமாக்கிடவா.
Now I'll explain to you from my experience my 4 images. The inner image I have about me. Once I try to check what exactly I feel about me. When I looked inside, I saw that shunyatva means everything is. That isness is what I feel as me. Listen. The vast isness. That is what I feel as me inside me. That is my inner image. How I project myself to others, all of you. The person who is here to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call me as a teacher, guru, incarnation, enlightened being. That is up to you. As per your experience. If you experience my teachings, you can consider as teacher. If you experienced my initiation, you can consider as guru. If you experienced my energy, you can consider as enlightened being. If you experienced my miracle powers in your life, you can consider as incarnation. It is up to you. But I project myself as a being who is here to transmit this experience to you. This isness, vastness, we can call as Atma, Paramatma, soul, consciousness, God, whatever word you want to use. This is my outer image. How others perceive me. Some people perceive me as teacher. Some people say, you may want to give enlightenment, but we want only our headache healing. Heal my headache. Solve my problem between me and my spouse. Heal my son. Give me wealth. Understand?
anything you ask within the purview of the energy of enlightenment. Even though I have not told directly that I will give you, see, I declare, I am here to give you that enlightenment, that easiness experience. Even though I have not told directly that I will heal your headache, back pain, relationship problems, even though I have not told directly, if you expect, I am responsible for it. Because if somebody can give enlightenment, surely he can heal your headache. Because for enlightenment, if I have to give you 1000 volt energy, spiritual energy, to remove your headache, I have to give only 0.5 volt energy. To bless you with wealth, I have to give you only 0.1% energy. To heal your relationship problems, I have to give you only 0.1% energy. Listen. Length, when it becomes intense to the level it cannot be experienced just as a length, it jumps into the dimension of breadth. Like if you keep line, infinite number of lines, then it cannot be measured, understood just by one length. It, by its very reproduction, understand? Reproduction is survival need. Anything which is alive has to be reproducing itself. Otherwise, it will not be alive. It's law of life. It is one of the fundamental law of constant, nitya. Easiness expands. So the easiness of the length, when it becomes infinity, it cannot be any more cognized just by one idea of length. It gives birth to the next dimension of itself called breadth. Understand? I'll repeat. Just imagine one thread, 1 meter thread. You call that as a length. By its nature, it is becoming multiple number of 1 meter thread. So, when it becomes infinite number of 1 meter threads, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, what happens? It cannot be measured, cognized, understood anymore by this one dimension called length. So it gives birth to its next dimension, breadth. So all the threads are kept. So now length and breadth is formed. Now, because of its very nature of existence as a survival need, the length and breadth, both of them are continuously giving birth, multiplying. Understand? Even if you are a sannyasi, only when you reproduce more sannyasis, means making more people sannyasis, you are living sannyas life. Otherwise you are not sannyasi. Be very clear. Anything by its survival easiness has to reproduce and expand. If you are a man, you are going to reproduce another human being. If you are sannyasi, naturally you will be producing the consciousness of sannyas in so many people's life, and so many will becoming sannyasi. How many become sannyasis is the proof of your integrity to sannyas. Understand? This is law of life.
Success for a normal grihastha is what he achieves. For a sannyasi, success is what he inspires others to achieve. So, only if you are intensely making more people sannyasis, you are really in the easiness of sannyas. Otherwise, maybe you will be sannyas, not ease sannyasi. The easiness multiplies by its existence. So the length by its easiness multiplies. When the multiplication breaks a point, it gives birth to the next dimension, length and breadth. Then these two go on multiplying. They give birth to the third dimension, means tons and billions of 1 meter thread kept. So length gives birth to breadth, and length and breadth multiplying gives birth to depth. Understand this example? This is the way the dimensions manifest and gives birth to the next dimension. Length gives birth to breadth. Length and breadth together give birth to depth. And length, depth together give birth to time. That is why I am saying time is not linear. There is no past, present, future. There is only time. What you perceive now as your experience, like you are inhaling and exhaling, you call as present. What you can recollect from your stored memory, you call as past. What you expect or hope inside your head, you call as future. Understand? That is why I am saying 99% of us live 99% of our life inside our head. So keep it worthy to live. No shit inside the head. No shit in the stomach and no shit in the head. Time is not linear. Time is not linear and time does not move. The measuring scales should not be equated to content. Liter is a measuring method, but you cannot say 1 liter milk is 1 liter. No. Milk, the content. Liter is measuring mechanism, methodology. So minute, hour, day, week, month, this is measuring methodology. Do not be deluded by attributing measuring methodology to the content. So I will use two different words. Time is a measuring methodology. Kala is the content. Now, person who understood Kala does not move. Does not move. No past Kala, no present Kala, no future Kala. Kala, that's all.
the measurements used to measure time, like how we have measurements, meter, liter, kilogram, how the different measuring methods are there, same way, second, minute, hour, day, week, month, year. All this are just measuring methods. Listen. Measuring methods should not be misunderstood as the content itself. Content time does not move. If you see in the screen now, it shows as if I am moving, but I am not moving. Just the backdrop is moved front and back. Same way, for the sake of measuring, we created unit of time. Second, hour, day, week, month, year. Based on that, you call something as a past, present, future. Based on that, you come to a deluded idea, time is moving. No. No. There are some understanding all of us have. It should be called as the social understandings or social law or law of the country. How much a social law is true only for that society, law of the land, the country is only true for that country. Same way, I should say, there are something universally human beings, all human beings accept. Maybe to that level, time idea can be accepted. Like a second, minute, hour, day. This is accepted the whole globe by all human beings. So, you can use this to understand about time, but don't be deluded. Time is actually linear and moving. No. Understand? Collective human understandings are not cosmic reality. So, Kala is the purer version of isness. I-S. Isness. Purer version of isness. See, these dimensions, length, breadth, depth, time, space. Next to space is Nitya. Nitya is the sixth dimension. Then after that, Nadakala, Bindukala, all the other, totally 11 dimensions. The 11th is the Paramashiva Swarupa, Paramashiva, Paramashivatva, Paramashiva, ultimate. The sixth dimension, Nitya, is isness. That isness's purest, almost 90% isness is space. I should say 80% isness is Kala, time. Alright, time is a poor word, but anyhow, I am using it. Kala. Not the unit of time, time. So be very clear. The whole humanity knows only unit of time, but not time itself. You may know the liter, but not about the milk. Don't misunderstand the measuring unit into measured content. The delusion of thinking, the measured content in the language of measuring unit led to the confusion that time is linear and it has past, present, future. Forget about it. Time is. It is neither static nor linear. It is existentially functioning. Life is not alive just inside your body, in your every action, in your every decision, and its impact on the others' world. That is why when you can impact more people, you feel more alive. Listen. Kala is existentially alive when length grows exponentially, it gives birth to breadth. When breadth grows exponentially, it gives birth to the dimension depth. When breadth, depth grows exponentially, it gives birth to the dimension kala. And when breadth, depth, kala, all of them grow exponentially, they give birth to space, dimension. Quality of the isness is ananda, and the quality of ananda is sharing. Understand? The quality of isness, nitya, is ananda. Anything which is in you is always celebrates its existence. Somebody was asking me, what is exactly isness, Swamiji? Other than your body, what you think as is. See, you think your body, you are your body. And there are something more you think you are. Because many times when you feel depression, you feel you are your mind. Excited, you feel you are your mind. So it is not that you feel you are only body. You feel many things are you other than your body. Whatever you think as you, that is called your isness. And that isness in its core is excitement, bliss, and anything which is and which is bliss expands its existence. Even when you are depressed, you are enjoying your depression. Understand? Be very clear. You are enjoying your depression. You may have your own reasons. Listen to this one truth. Enjoying your depression, you will reproduce more depressed people. If you are enjoying your easiness, you will reproduce more easiness. If you are enjoying your sannyas, you will reproduce more sannyasis. That's it. Easiness celebrates its existence, and
Anything which celebrates its existence reproduces by its very nature. Principle of existence of Ishvara is owning up for the creation principle you created, sustenance principle you created, destruction principle you created, delusion principle you created, liberation principle you created. Just see your life. I will start teaching you from Pindanda, your life, so you understand this. Owning up is the Adhomukha. Sixth phase means the unmanifest phase of Paramashiva. Understand? First, understand what you created. Please understand, only if you are in a Paramashanta Swarupa, you will own up for what you created. You have created so many wonderful things, understand? The mechanism which converts blood into blood, which is functioning inside your body, you created. Nobody else created, you created. You learnt the science from cosmos and you created. Understand one thing. The greatest creation in the known universe is human body, and you created yours. Anybody who owns up that you created your body will manifest the power of altering it, healing it, updating it, upgrading it. All the powers related to altering, manipulating, upgrading, awakening, healing, powers related to body. So, if you want to manifest the powers related to your body, bring this cognition and own up for what you created. I tell you. For example, if you have a fatty liver, sit with your liver and say, yes, I created it. What for I created? Did I put myself in some delusion and allowed this to be created? Or did I actively cooperate and created this? What for I created this fatty liver? Just see, I tell you, owning up starts healing. And I tell you, fatty liver is such a simple problem. You just need to tell your stomach, hey, can you burn little more? I'll give you mantra as the feed material. You can use any mantra. You see, in Vedagamic tradition, any mantra described in Vedas and Agamas can be used. And use that mantra to awaken the Jadaragni, fire in the stomach, ability to be in Nirahara Samyama. Means when that patterns are demanding food and it is flashing the pizza photograph in front of your eyes, or you are doing Nirahara Samyama, but within 24 hours in the dream you are having a full feast, and then you feel, what is this? What kind of a life? I am not even able to eat. What for I am earning? What for I am alive? What for? This is injustice. Hey, you being brainwashed to eat all the shit and junk and filthy food like products continuously and fall sick is the real brainwashing happening to you. Nirahara is not brainwashing you, it is stomach washing you, detoxing you. I am only asking, go for healthy juicing, for a few days, when the patterns are pushing and demanding, aggressively forcing you to eat, and you being in Paramashanta Swarupa and managing Nirahara is a power, conscious power. When the tamas, inertness, dullness, Mudevi, you should not even give the title Devi for it. Inertness, tamas is pushing you to the bed. And depression, literally sulking and sucking your energy. You waking up and deciding to do yoga and start doing is a power. How much ever abuses, attacks, injustice, pains you may feel in your life, but sitting and connecting with Paramashiva and doing puja is a power, conscious power, conscious resources. Understand? You would have manifested so many conscious resources. Own up for it. When you own up what you manifested, what you created, what you are sustaining, what you are destroying, and how you were deluded and where you are still deluded, and how you need to get yourself out of delusion, and where all you have liberated yourself, where you need to further liberate yourself. Just own up. Owning up is the Atomukha, unmanifest face of Paramashiva, which is revealed only to yogis. Whoever owns up is yogi. Whoever does not own up is bohi. Whoever feels others are responsible, putting the onus on others, is rohi. Who does not even think about this owning up is shogi. When you own up, spontaneous, miraculous, immediate transformation starts in your life. Understand? If you are tired, bored, feeling overloaded, overwhelmed, own up that. Own up that. Own up. Owning up is the secret of Ishwaratva. One beautiful thing in your life is, if you own up now, even the past is recreated. Understand? Even the past is recreated, because past is not dead as you think. Past tense is dead, but past is not dead. Future tense is yet to manifest, but future is not yet to be manifested. Future is as much as happened as past. Past is as much as yet to happen as future. Future tense is will be. Past tense was. But past was not was. Past is. Future tense is will be. Future itself is not will be. Future is. Past, present, future is. Past tense was. Future tense will be, but past, present, future is. Tatata. Nityatva. Isness. Paramashiva the ultimate revelation. From the space of Paramashiva, just settle down and sit with Paramashanta Swarupa and look around. Don't be afraid. That is the first thing. Understand you have amazing resources. As I said yesterday, death is a conscious resource you have. You need to know, once you have manifested human body, the whole science of manifesting human body is in your biomemory. You already have the technology, methodology of manifesting human body as part of your consciousness. Nobody can take it away. Unless you decide human life is too much of torture, let me not create human body, nobody else can stop you creating human body. That is the beauty of Paramashiva's existence, compassion, grace. Owning up. When you sit and start owning up from Paramashanta Swarupa, you will see 25 heads of Paramashiva starts operating in you also. And you will know what to manifest, what to sustain, what to destroy, and what to put in delusion, how to get yourself out of delusion, and from what you are liberated, from which you need to liberate yourself more. That's it. That's all. Nothing else. This owning up is the sixth phase of Paramashiva. Unmanifest, avyakta, adomukha, ajomukha, antimatter. All those words show the owning up phase of Paramashiva. When you own up, you are Ishvara. I want all my disciples to come to the Paramashiva space of Paramashanta Swarupa and own up. Yes, what we manifested, what we are sustaining, what are we destroying or rejuvenating, what is the components where we put ourselves in delusion and where all we need to pull ourselves out of delusion. What all we already achieved liberation, where all we need to achieve liberation. Tatpurusha Ishana Satyojata Vamadeva Agora. When you own up, you are Paramashiva, you are Ishvara. If you own up,
Your life, you become Ishvara for you. Atmeshwara. If you own up a group of people, their lives, own up for them, you become Kulapati. If you own up for a mandala, zone, for their life, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up responsibility for a Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. I tell you, I want all my disciples to take it very seriously. All my sannyasi disciples, take this as spiritual lesson. Gurukul Balasans, take this as a spiritual lesson. Today, you will all become Atmeshwara for yourself. Yes. These are all the places I manifested as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not manifest as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I sustained myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not sustain myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I rejuvenated myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not rejuvenate myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I pulled myself out of delusion as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I missed and put myself in delusion even though Swamiji warned me. These are all the places I liberated myself as Swamiji taught me. These are all the places I missed it even though Swamiji taught me. Bring that understanding and own up. If you own up today, you will become Atmeshwara, Ishvara for yourself today. This is the way in Kailasa. You become Atmeshwara first, Ishvara for yourself. Then you become Ishvara for few people, Kulapati. Then you become Ishvara for a zone, Mandaleshwara. Then you become Ishvara for Mahamandala, larger zone, Mahamandaleshwara. Helping people to own up is making them become Ishvara for themselves. Help yourself to become Atmeshwara and help everyone around you to become Ishvara for their life, and go on helping more and more and more people to become Ishvara for their life, Ishvara for themselves. I tell you, it is the way you own up, your life is decided. Don't think don't plan to become Ishvara for the whole universe. Immediately first become Ishvara for your life, Atmeshwara. Once you are successful, in few days actually you will be successful. I tell you, it's not that even for your own life you should become Ishvara 100%. No. If you just understand that knack and methodology and cognize it, that's enough. That same principle you can start applying tomorrow itself. Then you can start becoming Kulapati. then you can start becoming Mandaleshwara. Then you can start becoming Mahamandaleshwara. But start from Atmeshwara. Don't plan to start becoming Mahamandaleshwara first. First Atmeshwara, owning up, then step by step by step. Whoever decides to own up become gods of Kailasa. Whoever tries to put the blame on others manifests so much of delusion and violence, they become demons, rakshasas. Understand, Vegaha, Sanyoga, Visesha Virodhi. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. One side gods, other side demons will exist forever. But if you sit in Paramashanta Swarupa and start owning up, you will become Ishvara beyond these two. Action and reaction. You will become Paramashiva, Parameshwara, beyond action and reaction. Owning up is the master key. Absolutely being clear about your existence and not accumulating anything which is not relevant for you is aparigraha. I am not saying don't acquire what is directly relevant to your existence. Have a comfortable life. Just decide not to accumulate things which are not relevant to your life. That's all. You will have aparigraha. The first step of aparigraha will start happening. If you just disown what you really don't need to run your life, your existence. Oh, someday it may be needed for me. That is where the delusion creeps in. Delusion creeps in. What is not needed for you, decide to disown. I just know what is the freedom I need. I don't need freedom to walk around in the mall. I may need freedom maximum to walk in the beach in the evenings in Paramashanta Swarupa, in the space of Paramashiva Samadhi. Being in the Samadhi, if it is the time when the moon will be bright, like from Dvatasi of Shukla Bhaksha to Panjami of Krishna Bhaksha. I just know what is my freedom. What is the freedom I need. So I choose my life that way. And I plan my life that way. So I feel I am absolutely liberated, free. No one can touch my freedom, my liberation. I create the liberation I wanted. I create the life I wanted. I sustain the life I wanted. I destroy the things which I don't want and rejuvenate and manifest as I wanted. I pull myself out of delusion wherever the delusion tries to be pushed on me, or wherever the delusion gets engaged or entertained, and I liberate myself more and more the way I want. So I own up. I become Ishvara for my life. And I teach everyone to become Ishvara for your own life. Understand? Each of the creative aspects of life, love added to your system, leads to enlightenment, leads to liberation, leads to more and more joy, bliss. You need to know life as such is beautiful, absolute Paramashiva. Understand? Whether the air you are breathing in or the people happening in the life is absolutely beautiful. You just need to know what you need to manifest, what you need to sustain, what you need to rejuvenate, what you need to pull out of delusion, what you need to liberate. That's it. Owning up is key. I will make this principle, truth, as a reality to all my disciples and devotees who declare their integrity to me today. This is my gift to my disciples and devotees. Understand this truth. Change in your life can be drastic and absolute. The transformation can be spontaneous and complete the moment you own up. Owning up is Ishwaratva. Just see from where you are experiencing the first person, the feeling you have about your existence. I. From where am I experiencing? It is directly Sadashiva, experienced by your first person is your existence as you. You experiencing Paramashiva's first person in you is your first person. I am using different words and making you understand. When you focus on the source of your first person, you will see it's only Paramashiva's first person exists. Your first person is illusion. It's only Paramashiva's first person exists. Realizing only Paramashiva's first person exists, your first person is delusion, is what is mastering the delusion. Realizing Paramashiva's first person alone exists is liberation. Your first person is just a shadow of Paramashiva's first person exists in you. Now, sit and focus on Paramashiva's first person who is residing inside your first person.
This session is one of the most important sessions of Paramashivoham because with this session, Swamiji sets the foundation, the fundamental clear. Can I request all the participants to come on camera? Can I request everyone here to come on camera, please? Nityanandam, dear participants of Paramashivoham, can I request all of you to come on the camera? See, the exercise we're going to do now is a very, very beautiful exercise that Swamiji has designed, which will help you understand and own up to the Panchakrityas. So I'm going to give a few minutes. Can I request everyone to come on camera? Ma Maha Goptriyananda, thank you, Ma Orietta Ferrari, Ma Weeping Zoo, Ma Mylene Seymour, Ma Yogapriya, Ma Teresa, Ma Prema Bhaktika, Ma Saralananda, Ma Tanya Devarane, Ma Swastidananda, Ma Yogananda Rupini, Ma Pushkala, Ma Yogananda Guru Prasadini. Come on, everyone, please come on the camera. See, this one session, what Swamiji did. Owning up, taking responsibility. When you own up, you become Ishvara. When you own up for yourself, you become Atmeshwara. When you own up for a people around you, when you own up for one mandala, you become Mandaleshwara. When you own up for one loka, you become Lokeshwara. When you own up for the whole life, you become Ishvara. You establish yourself and oneness with Paramashiva. When you own up for all the things in creation, you become Parameshwara. When you own up, when you take responsibility, listen very carefully. This is a very, very important aspect. When you own up, owning up to Panchakritya, every aspect of your life, you are the one who's creating it. See, for example, whether it is Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, all the things, you are doing it. It is like you have the central command, what you want to do. This is a very, very important understanding for us to have. Most of the times what we do, we blame God, we blame everything else, right? But if you own up, you will find the right solution for life. See, as long as you have reasons, as long as you feel, oh, what did I do for someone to come and cheat me in my life? What did I do for someone to not be a loyal friend to me? Or what did I do for someone to hate me so much? What did I do for me to experience so much of financial loss? Understand, tathata, the fundamental quality of your easiness is bliss. If you are enjoying your easiness, you will reproduce more easiness. If you are enjoying, if you are constantly reproducing failure in life, be clear, you are cherishing that. You may wonder, how can I cherish failure? It is true. If you look into your life, you are continuously reproducing that same failure in life. You're consciously reproducing it. Anything that is repeating in your life constantly, be clear, you are cherishing it, and anything you cherish, you will reproduce it. Tathata, when you own up, when you Bhikshvara, when you take responsibility, every problem that you have in your life, it will just become you will be able to find solution for you.
See, first you are understanding. Whenever you do not own up, that is when you actually struggle. All you struggle. See all the struggles you have. It is on the areas where you do not own up. When you own up, you become Ishvara. You have the power for it. You have the power to change it the way you want. How many of you are understanding this? Owning up. Owning up makes you a leader. Owning up makes you manifest the Ishwaratva. Makes you manifest being Ishvara inside you. You'll suddenly realize so much of leadership qualities through you. How many of you are understanding this? It is when you own it to the Panchakritya where, see, most of the times it's easy for us to say, yes, I created things, when we are successful in something. It's even okay, even sometimes even with some mess ups, you're okay to own up that. But never when it comes to destruction and rejuvenation. Understand, you need to own up to all the 5 dimensions, the 5 cosmic actions: creation, sustenance, putting in delusion and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5, you need to own up to it. Only when you own up to creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting in delusion and pulling out of delusion and liberation, you will manifest the Ishwaratva in you.
When you start taking responsibility, when you own up, all the negative, so-called negative situations will not have power over you because you created it. You will have the power to change it. It is not about being pessimistic or optimistic in life. No. If you have the understanding, you will be realistic in life. Even in the so-called negative situation, it will not trigger powerlessness in you. There's a very interesting story that Swamiji tells. An elderly lady, she was very well known for her faith and for her boldness in talking about it. So every day she would stand in front of, on her front porch, and she would shout, "Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord." So 1 or 2 days is okay, but not every day you can bear it. So next door lived an atheist who would get so angry at her proclamations. He would every day shout back, "There is no God, there is no God, there is no God." And this went on every day. And suddenly, the hard times set into the old lady. So she started praying to God to send her some assistance. So she started standing on her porch and she started shouting, "Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. I need some food. Please send me the groceries. Please send me some groceries. Please send me some groceries." The next morning, the lady went out on her porch and she found a large bag of groceries on the porch. She started crying. She started telling again, "Praise the Lord, praise the Lord." Suddenly, her atheist neighbors jumped out from behind the bush in the garden and said, "Aha, I told you, there's actually no God. It was me who got the groceries. There was no God who helped you and all in this." Hearing this, the lady started jumping up and down, clapping her hands and shouting, "Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Not only he has sent me groceries, he made the devil pay for it also." See, understand, every time how you experience your faith, your understanding, if your faith is based on reason, every moment there is a danger of that faith breaking down. If not today, tomorrow it will happen. When you have a tremendous confidence, it cannot be shaken by anything that you perceive as failure. It blossoms into trust. Ishwaratva is not about faith or belief, it is about trust. You are deeply establishing, you own up everything around you, and it becomes a strong aspect of you. How many of you are catching this? Many times we go to every extent. Other than coming to solution, we go all over the planet Earth. It's like you walk on the road, you step on the thorn, and then you start shouting, you start blaming the road, you start blaming the person who dropped, and you go to the extent. See, the problem is we don't own up. When you own up, you'll find the solution for it. But because we don't own up, we never find solution. It's like when you're walking, you step on the thorn. And what is the actual way to do it? Bend down, look at your foot, you'll find the thorn, remove it. But what do? The moment we step on the thorn, look up, shout at God first. "God, what a bad day you have given me. I have hurt my leg." And then you try to continue walking with the thorn in the leg. Naturally, what happens? The thorn pokes, it creates an infection. Then you start cursing the road, saying, "This road is causing so much pain. I'm not able to walk." You try to take another road. But unfortunately, any road you go to, the problem is with your leg. What do? You blame every road. You say life has conspired against you. Then you blame God. You say, "God, why have you given me such a situation where there's a constant pain in my leg?" But what is the solution? Look down. You just need to look down and own up, see your problem. Then solving is just a matter of plucking the thorn out. But we do every possible thing. We blame God. We blame the person who constructed the road. You blame life. You blame your neighbor. You blame your teacher. You do everything other than actually identifying the problem. But the truth is, if you identify your problem, 90% of your problem gets solved when you own it. Sometimes you even go to the stupid extent of saying, oh, there is constant pain in my leg. Better let me just cut the leg. But is cutting the leg the solution? No. You need to just remove the thorn. So neither you are the problem, nor God is the problem, nor life is the problem. It is just a blind spot, a pattern. And all that needed for that to break is you need to just look into the problem. Own up. When you own up, when you say, hey, yes, I have an issue, there's a pain in my leg, let me look into what is happening. When you do that, automatically all the pain in the leg has to go because you'll know it's a thorn. So changing the road will not help. Blaming God is not going to do anything to you. When you own up, you will find solution for it. You become Ishvara. Same way, if you have depression, own up. See what is causing, entertaining the depression in you. If you wait for, oh God, I am depressed because of 10 years ago what my spouse did to me. She poured little coffee on my hand and I'm depressed about it. Or I'm depressed because I feel my colleague is more successful than me. You are cherishing, nourishing and entertaining your depression. It will only lead you to becoming more and more depressed. You will start enjoying depression. Ma Lita Sege is saying it's so true. It is like we are embarrassed to own up our own mistakes. And she's asking, Ma, sometimes I have difficulty finding the blind spot. What is the best approach to resolve it, please? I'll tell you first thing, Ma. Simple solution, Ma Lita. First, the solution for it is to own up. When you own up, when I say own up, what does it mean? Swamiji very beautifully gave an example. Swamiji said, if you're having an issue, if you're having a constant body problem, first own up means acknowledge you created it. See, the 90% of the times what we do, I have a problem in my work. I'm never successful in my work because I know my colleague never supports me. My manager is never supportive. If he alone could be a little bit more supportive, I would have achieved. If alone my family was a little bit more cooperative, I would have been a successful person by now. We always have an if or a but. The first thing you need to understand is you created. That is the first step to owning it. First, acknowledge you created it. See, it is not blaming. Understand, it's not about blaming yourself because when you blame yourself, it will make you powerless. You're not blaming. It is about understanding that you created it and knowing that because you created it, you have the power to change it. This is the first step. Own up. Tell, yes, I have a problem. I have constantly taken, Malita, take one situation that's constantly repeating in your life. Let's say, for example, you constantly find the goals you are setting is not achieved. First, acknowledge. Okay. And you see, okay, constantly the situation is happening. What am I? I am manifesting it. First, understand that. Anything might be the reason, but okay, you're saying finances, for example. Okay, good. So if let's say you are really trying hard to make money happen, but constantly money is not happening. There are two ways you can approach it. You can say, oh, how much ever I try, situations are not happening good. Things are not, it's not, my luck is not good, I'm unlucky, or things are not happening properly. There's that way to approach. Or the right way. First, own. Yes, there are financial issues in your life. You have tried, it is not working, but somewhere you have created this situation. There is a blind spot in you which has created this situation. First, acknowledge that. Second, sit with yourself, analyze. What is the exact issue? See, when you say finances, right, you generalize. It is like you immediately gather 100 independent problems with finances you have as one clutter. And it is like you have an army of 100 in front of you and you're alone by yourself. So first, break down. First, see what are all the different situations you're having. Then you will actually start noticing similar patterns keep repeating in your financial issues. Write them down. Note down. Okay, I tried. I did an investment. It failed. I tried to start a business and it did not take off. Or I keep getting some money initially. I think I'm going in the right direction, but it ends up failing. or it always looks very promising. It doesn't happen that way. Write it down. Once you write down, actually analyze. Don't analyze just the external situation. Analyze how you dealt with each situation. And after you analyze that, you will identify what pattern is repeating everywhere. Then just sit and diagnose the blind spot. Malita, you're saying, for you, you feel like you're not acting upon the problem enough.
See, one thing in this life, once you realize that you are the owner, the owning that itself will make you act. If you are not acting, don't think it is just the problem with your action. There is a problem, there is some incompletion that is stopping you from owning that up. Probably like things like, I don't want to get blamed. Maybe this might not be the complete truth. People may not understand me. Or I don't want to feel that I'm a bad person. Things like this. I'm just giving you some examples. It might be anything. But that incompletion, not letting you own up, is the problem. See, owning up, first of all, does not mean taking the blame. They are completely different. Owning up means taking responsibility for it. Because you are the source of everything, therefore you are responsible for everything. From that cognition, picking it up, taking ownership. For example, it is not necessary for Swamiji to go through so much of attack, persecution, and like literally, nobody can even survive if they go through 1% of what Swamiji has gone through. But despite going through all that, even now, what is Swamiji doing? He's opened the doors of Kailasa for anyone and everyone to join. Are you understanding? Because he has taken the responsibility for the whole world. He has taken the ownership, irrespective of what kind of things are happening. He has taken the responsibility. Even after going through so much, he's still not given up. Means he's taken the responsibility of the universe. That is why Swamiji is radiating the Ishwaratva through Swamiji. Are you understanding? He's responsible for the whole world, which is why nothing could stop Swamiji, nothing could pull him down, nothing ever could make him feel bogged down.
See, it's like I'll give you another example, Malita. See, why owning up helps? When, like for example, if you're wearing a purple glass, okay, everything you look at life, it'll appear with a shade of purple, is it not? You look at a white wall, it'll appear purple. Look at a red rose, it'll have a tinge of purple. Look at everything, it'll appear with that shade. What do? We say, everything in my life is only appearing purple. I don't know what the issue is. I tried looking at all places. I'm not able to find one place where it is not purple. I don't know what the issue is. But the problem is neither with situation nor with you. It's just the glass that you're wearing, the incompletion, the pattern that you carry. So first thing, when you own up, you will start looking at understanding from the whole issue. You look at from the cognition of solving it. When you address the pattern, see, we always look to either find a logical reason. That's why Swamiji will say completion is not about right or wrong analysis. Completion is not, by the end of completion, don't expect to identify who was right, who was wrong. No, you can never identify that. Completion's goal is to identify from your side what your pattern is and to fix it. So same way, now what you're looking at is you're looking to approach to see where exactly the problem is, what is happening. Don't go from that angle, no. Instead, own up. First, understand you are the owner. Anyone, any number of people can be there who are responsible, who are stakeholders, who are accountable to make it happen, but you are the owner for what you want in your life. When you own up and when you look at the whole situation, you will see, suddenly you will be able to identify the solutions. All of you revisit this. When you look at your life, when you own up, you will find solution for all problems in your life. Owning up is the best way how you can handle life. Don't blame. See, you have 100 reasons to give. But when you own up, you find solution. If you are struggling with constant health issues, own up. First understand you created it. The good news is you created it. But the best news is because you created it, you have the power to change it. You can change it. And it only requires very simple method. Sit with yourself, analyze. Ma Paramashanti Swarupini, you're understanding, I'm seeing you very intensely listening to the session. Are you clicking with it? Are you resonating? Every one of you do this. See, any problem in your life can be solved with this. Anything you have, own up. First, cognize. Understand it. Take responsibility for it, and from that angle, solve it. First step, owning up itself resolves 90% of the problem. If you just own up, the process of identifying your blind spot may be difficult. It's like, let's say you're having a continuous stench in your house, you don't know where that smell is coming from, and you try to put air freshener, you try to do all sorts of things to remove that smell. Nothing removes that smell keeps persisting. Your temporary room fresheners are not going to help. You need to own up. Take responsibility. Yes, there's a smell. First acknowledge, come to terms with it, own it up, go and identify where that smell is. The moment you identify, 90% of the problem is solved. Then you'll realize it's just a garbage bag sitting, which is not thrown out. You just need to take the responsibility to throw it out. See, the moment you identify source of the problem, 90% of your problem is solved. Because you know a garbage bag is there, that is why the smell is coming. All you need to do is just pick up and throw it. That's all. But what we do is we try to spray room fresheners. We try to say, oh God, the house is smelling. I am surviving. Look at this house. Every second I'm suffocating. But you are responsible for the suffocation. So each time, own up. And when you own up, whether you kept the garbage bag or someone else kept the garbage bag, that garbage bag is affecting your life. So own up and resolve it. That's all. It's not about right or wrong. It's not about whom to look to blame, but it is about understanding anything happening in your life is your creation. Now, for all of you that are clicking with this, I see so many of you are posting how you understand and resonate with this. This will make you Ishvara, Lord. It will make you take the lordship of your life. Now I'm going to request all of you to do one thing. Okay? Look into your life and pen down all aspects in your life which you are constantly reproducing. Reflect on all the situations that you're having in life. See what situations you reproduce again and again and again in your life. Like something you want to solve, but you're not able to solve and you feel it keeps reproducing. Please take a few minutes. I request every one of you to pen this down. Something, it can be like Malita, you said finances, or someone, you could be relationship issues, anything it could be. Just pen down what keeps reproducing again and again and again in your life.
Now, in every step that you have written down, in all the situations that you have written down, pen down, write down how you can own it up. Decide to own up each of the aspects you're reproducing. Own up. For example, if you have fatty liver, sit and say, I created it. What for I created it? Sit and own it up. When you own it up, you will start seeing amazing miracles happen in your life. Sit now. Decide to own up. List on all the areas where you have penned down how you are going to take responsibility for it. Consciously own it up. Please take a few minutes.
This owning up will solve all the problems that you have in life. And just decide to manifest this in every aspect of your life. When you own up, you will start making amazing things happen in your life. Now, we're all going to be doing a very beautiful Nitya Kriya. See, when you own up, you become Ishvara. Most of the times we struggle with, low self-esteem, however you call it, right? You feel like, oh God, I don't feel confident, I feel I'm not able to do it, all of that. When you own up, you become Ishvara. We're now going to do a very beautiful Nitya Kriya that Swamiji has designed, which will help you improve your self-confidence. It's an amazing Nitya Kriya, and I'm going to request all the participants just spend few minutes of your time. Follow along as Swamiji is guiding. I request each of you to do the Nitya Kriya now, and right after this, we are going to be learning about what is the Panchakrityas through the the Shat Darshanas. We're going to be learning about Panchakrityas from the eyes of Advaita, Dvaita, Visishta Advaita. So let's all enter into the Nitya Kriya now.
Now, let's start the Nitya Kriya for removing the low self-esteem pattern. First, Batmasana. Come to Batmasana. In Batmasana, Jalandhara Bandha. Jalandhara Bandha means put your chin on the chest and lock yourself. Lock the breath as long as you can. When you can't hold anymore, relax. Do this 21 times. first step, please understand. Yesterday in the process, I asked you to visualize yourself as huge, expanded. Now, I'm adding one step further, taking you one step deeper. Not only visualizing you huge, alive. Please understand. Visualize yourself at least 20 feet tall and 15 feet wide, heavy and alive, living. Sit with this visualization. The low self-esteem pattern will be completely broken from your very unconscious and subconscious. Sit. Close your eyes. Feel huge, like Vishwarupa, Virat Purusha. You are expanded, heavy and alive, living. Let the Kundalini Shakti in you all be intensely awakened. Let you all experience the divinity. Let the low self-esteem pattern be broken in all of us.
Today, I am giving you the core truths of Sadashiva, the biology of enlightenment, discovering your highest potential from the viewpoint of Shat Darshana, means Purva Mimamsa and Uttara Mimamsa. Paramashiva's 5 major aspects: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. These 5 aspects, you can connect with these 5 aspects from Dvaita, Visishtadvaita and Advaita angles. Understand? From the angle of Dvaita, understanding creation, understanding sustenance, understanding rejuvenation, understanding delusion, understanding liberation. From angle of Visishtadvaita, understanding creation, understanding sustenance, understanding rejuvenation, understanding delusion, understanding liberation. From the angle of Advaita, understanding creation, understanding sustenance, understanding rejuvenation, understanding delusion, understanding liberation. Whenever you say Shivaya Namaha, I bow down to Shiva, I surrender I and mind to Shiva, it is Dvaita. Duality. Shiva is there, you are surrendering to Shiva. Whenever you say Shivoham, I am Shiva, Shiva is me, it is Advaita. Even in that, there is an imaginary gap. Shiva is me. So, Shiva exists, you exist, both of you exist together. But the ultimate truth is only Shiva exists. Whether I should exist in the way of surrendering or I should exist in oneness with Him, let Him decide. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Whether it should be the relationship Shivaya Nama or Shivoham, let Him decide. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. He exists. Shiva exists. How I should exist, how I should relate with Him, let Him decide. Shiva exists. Shiva exists. Shiva exists. Is Paramadvaita. Shivaya Nama is Dvaita. Shivoham is Advaita in Bhava level, in visualization level. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Only He exists. Whether I should exist, whether should I have the relationship Shivaya Nama with Him, Or should I have the relationship of Shivoham with him? Let him decide. He exists. Only that is the ultimate truth, confirmed truth. How I exist, how I should exist, how ideally I should exist, all that let him decide. So Shiva, 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 he exists, is Paramadvaita. Paramadvaita. Live in this Paramadvaita, in your inner space consciously, with your will, consciousness. Decide Paramashiva exists. I tell you, I really tell you, you will find crores of temples, lakhs of monasteries, thousands of gurus, but only very few incarnations. When you find an enlightened being's love, when you are fortunate enough to taste and get to be around the enlightened being, don't miss the amazing possibilities, the amazing space can happen in you, the amazing depth which can happen in you. Please understand, allow the Master's love to work inside you with joy, with love, with cooperation. Training becomes much easier and simple, straightforward. When you celebrate Master's presence, he also celebrates your presence. Understand? When you celebrate Master's presence, he also celebrates your presence. When you allow the Master's love fill you, when you allow yourself to be soaked in his love, in his presence, it fills you and overflows through you as a love for the Master. Please understand. When the love of the Master gets poured in you and turns into the love for the Master and connects back with him, you are enlightened. Now nothing more is there in you which you can call as you. When the circle is complete, you are complete, he is complete. That is what I call Advaita Swarupa, the Advaita. When you are experiencing love of the Master, it is Visishta Advaita. When you are experiencing love for the Master, it is Dvaita. When the circle is complete, it is Advaita. When you are experiencing love of the Master, it is Visishta Advaita, means you are part of the whole. He makes you feel so complete. You feel you are part of the whole. That is exactly the truth of Visishta Advaita. You are part of the whole. All of you listen. I was revealing some of the most important, powerful understanding about the whole cosmic knowledge system. First, Purva Mimamsa, which reveals about the beings of higher lokas. Uttara Mimamsa, which is science to relate with them, to manifest them in your life. In this higher loka beings, major 6 like Ganapati, Subramanya, Paramashiva Shakti, Paramashiva, Parandama, Surya, Shanmata, and 3 system of philosophy: Dvaita, Visishtadvaita, Advaita. And through each of these philosophies, you can relate with each God. That creates the multiple sampradayas in Hinduism. And Paramashiva is 5 aspects: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. These 5 you can approach from the angle of Dvaita, Visishtadvaita, Advaita. This understanding, type, each one of you please type what you understood from this few-minute introduction. Then I will take you to the next step and give you the deepest clarity and sakshatkara. Oh, listen. Listen intensely, sincerely. Listen. When you are in Dvaita, God is separate, you are separate. In that idea, how you look at the creation, how you look at the sustenance, maintenance process, how you look at rejuvenation, how you look at delusion, how you look at liberation. Contemplate deeply. Usually when you are in duality, Dvaita, you feel creation is real, as it is. So scientists are the greatest beings for you. When I say E is not equivalent to MC square, so many people resisted, refuted, made fun. But now, from multiple sources, multiple people are establishing E is not equal to MC square. I am the first voice. After me, they all started. Go and see, Google, the first voice who declared E is not equal to MC square is me. I spoke from the ultimate truth of Vedic tradition. See, everything that exists, either it is 51% of intensity and 49% of the matter, or 51% of the matter, 49% of the intensity. Instead of matter, let me use the word intensity and continuity. See, everything that exists, either 1% extra intensity, 1% less continuity. or 1% extra continuity or 1% extra intensity. That is the only way a duality, dvandva, dvaita mind can perceive. But Advaitic mind only knows intensity and continuity does not have independent, separate existence. Intensity is intensity. Continuity is continuity. It both are qualities of same existence. Dualistic mind will see creation as truth, will see maintenance as work, will see rejuvenation as a death, will not have an idea about delusion, always will be afraid of anything unknown, will always have the greed for liberation. That's all. This is the way the duality, the Dvaitic mind works. Visishtadvaita mind comes a little up. It looks at creation as not truth or reality. It needs to be explored. It is there, but we do not know fully about it. We need to explore. A Visishtadvaita mind will see maintenance not as a work, a spontaneous. Happening, but not simultaneous. Listen. Spontaneous, but not simultaneous. Spontaneous, but one after another. That's the way Visishtadvaita mind sees it. But Advaitic mind sees maintenance as spontaneous and simultaneous and synergetic. A Visishtadvaita mind sees rejuvenation as a crossroad. It can either lead to destruction or rejuvenation. How you travel based on that. But Advaiti will see all rejuvenation, all samhara is rejuvenation because there is no destruction. About delusion, a Visishtadvaita mind will see it is like when you connect with source, you are out of delusion. When you move away from source, you are into delusion. But Advaitic mind knows delusion is a delusion is a delusion. How can you give easiness, existence to delusion? Yes. Now listen. Listen carefully. See, creation. A dual Dvaiti mind will see creation as reality, truth. A Visishtadvaiti mind will see not completely true, not completely false, need to explore. An Advaiti's mind will see this creation is experienced in my inner space. As it is seen externally, it does not have existence. Sustenance, about sthiti, maintenance. The Dvaiti will see it's a hard work, lot of work. Visishtadvaiti will see it's a spontaneous process, but not simultaneous. It's a spontaneous process, but happens one by one. Spontaneous, but not simultaneous. Advaiti will see maintenance, sthiti, as spontaneous and simultaneous. Same way, rejuvenation, samhara. Dvaiti will see samhara as death, end. And Dvaitis are always afraid of Rudra because they feel samhara is end, death. But Visishtadvaiti will see that as the exit, means like crossroad. You can either make it as rejuvenation or get destroyed, make it as destruction. But Advaiti will see all samhara only as rejuvenation because he knows there is no destruction possible in the existence. Next, delusion. A Dvaiti will see delusion as complete kind of a demon, devil, do not know what is happening. Oh, it is a hell, patala, all that, naraka, hell, all that kind of an idea. The Visishtadvaiti will see if you move away from source, you will fall into delusion. If you move near to the source, you will be liberated from delusion. And Advaiti will see delusion is delusion. How can you give easiness for delusion? How can you give existence for delusion? Liberation. The Dvaiti will see liberation as free from all these other creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, samhara and delusion, free from all this load. It is just like a vacation, free from all stress. The Visishtadvaiti will see liberation as becoming one with his source, Paramatma. Dvaiti will see liberation as the outcome of knowledge. Liberation is not something to be achieved, it is the manifestation of knowledge. Now I am coming to the ultimate, Paramadvaita. How a Paramadvaiti will see the creation, how Paramadvaiti will see maintenance, how a Paramadvaiti will see rejuvenation, how Paramadvaiti will see delusion, how Paramadvaiti will see liberation. Listen. Paramadvaiti sees the ultimate truth. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation, everything is a spontaneous, simultaneous, synergetic existence the way Paramashiva exists and more. And Paramadvaiti knows Dvaita is also Satya, Visishtadvaita is also Satya, the Advaita is also Satya. At various frequencies, all these three are Satyas. By raising the frequency of the being, making them realize the Paramadvaita is the Paramasatya, ultimate Satya. Listen. Maybe what I am revealing now, to make a table column of 5, means 5 aspects of Sadashiva: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Satyojata, Vamadeva, Agora, Tatpurusha, Isana. And put the how Dvaiti C, Visishtadvaiti C, Advaiti C, and Paramadvaiti C. If you make the column, you will see clearly most of your problems are internal non-understanding. When these internal non-understandings are cleared, life becomes Leela. You just manifest what you want. Listen. Having right understanding about the maintenance takes away all your tiredness and boredom. Multiple silly problems disappear. Today what I revealed is practically the whole Hinduism in a nutshell, in one tabular column. I'll make this as a realization in you all now through this initiation and darshan of Sadashiva. I'll make this as a sakshatkara in you all. Om, 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om, Om, Om. Satyojata, thus manifestation. Vamadeva, thus sustenance. Agora, thus rejuvenation. Tatpurusha, thus pulling out of delusion. Ishana, thus the job of liberation.
When you ferment love in you, creation happens. When you ferment bliss, sustenance happens. When you ferment ferocious, rejuvenation happens. When you ferment powerful cognition in the truth, reality manifests in you. When you allow the Guru Bhakti, devotion, initiation, ferment in you, liberation happens.
தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இமை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இமை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா தடைகளை உடைத்து எதிரியை ஒழித்து சிவமயமாக்கிடவா.
What all of us understood about Dvaita, Visishtadvaita, Dvaita, and Paramadvaita. How each of these sees the Panchakrityas. Understand? Today we all have learned some of the most important aspects of the sacred secrets about life, the most important truths. How owning up makes you Sadashiva. How owning up makes you Ishvara as a Lord of your life. To every one of you that are here now, today Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us with this experience, the experience of Paramadvaita, where you experience and you see whatever you hear, you know as the life around you. You become the Lord.
Satyojata, thus manifestation, Vamadeva, thus sustenance, Agora, thus rejuvenation, Tatpurusha, thus pulling out of delusion, Ishana, thus the job of liberation.
When you ferment love in you, creation happens. When you ferment bliss, sustenance happens. When you ferment ferocious, rejuvenation happens. When you ferment powerful cognition in the truth, reality manifesting in you. When you allow the Guru Bhakti, devotion, initiation, ferment in you, liberation happens.
தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இவை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இவை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா தடைகளை உடைத்து எதிரியை ஒழித்து சிவமயமாக்கிடவா.
We're all going to have a darshan of this very form of Paramashiva as Sada Shiva Murti, where you are initiated, you receive the blessings to manifest the ultimate powerful truths, the powerful cognitions as your very experience. Like Swami revealed to all of us, owning up to Panchakrityas makes you Sada Shiva. The very easiness that you are established in, the very base of what you are established in, amazingly changes all the understandings that you have, all the cognitions you have, everything.
How many of you here want to experience the Ishwarata manifesting through you? See, usually whenever you learn about anything to do with leadership consciousness, you might have heard about qualities, right? But now, Swami is teaching us all just as one cognition that you need. You will take the reins of your life at your own hands. Your life will no more be run by something else, some other patterns driving you, something else having the influence over you. You are the most helpful because Paramashiva is there in you, manifesting through you. I request all the participants to intensely listen, and any time, any kind of question you have, feel free to post it and ask. Now, we're all going to be preparing ourselves to receive the initiation from Swamiji. Let us all understand this power of this initiation. See, today we learned how the cognitions, what ideas you carry about you, about God, and about world. All these three are deeply interconnected with each other. Sometimes, when you feel violated inside, you feel deeply hurt, wounded, the very cognition you will start carrying about people would start being very violent. Because you feel violated inside you, you start being violent towards others. Even the cognitions you carry about people will become very violent. Your life will be filled with violence. Same way, even with God, you start carrying that feeling. You may put it in terms of, like, you'll start experiencing God more like punishing you, having fear towards God. This kind of cognitions will start happening. So we learned, right, one important thing. To put God in higher pedestal, you don't need to put yourself in lower pedestal. That is what Sanatana Hindu Dharma teaches us. so powerfully in every satsang Swamiji blesses us all, telling us that you are not a sinner, you are not someone low. In fact, you are Paramashiva. The ultimate is manifesting through you. Understand this. Just this one cognition, even remotely, if it's just a cherishing it, whether I understand or not, Swamiji is telling. So it is the truth. Just that cognition, trying to understand it, even that is enough to permeate through your inner space and transform the way how you feel about you, God, and world. This important revelation today we learn about taking ownership, whether for the happenings of your life or the losses, something that has been destroyed, something that has been changed, rejuvenated in your life, or something that you're constantly sustaining in your life, the good or the bad, everything. If you own up, just owning up to your reality makes you the Ishvara, God Himself.
Actually, in Hinduism, the way you connect the deities, gods, goddesses, if you see the very science of feeling connection, experiencing deities, it's an amazing science where various enlightened beings, Siddha Purushas, all of them work to bring this cosmic energy to a point where it is accessible to us. Can I request all the participants to come on camera? Ma Shakuntala Devi Dayalingam, Ma Ilka Olivera, Ma Mahagoptriyananda, Ma Miley Seymour, Ma Yogapriya, Ma Pratyangira, Ma Swastidananda. Can I request everyone to come on camera, please? The darshan will be starting very soon, and this session to prepare for darshan is very, very important. I'd like to request all the participants to please settle down in the camera. Never miss the darshan preparation, because what space you receive darshan from matters a lot. So I request every one of you to please come on the camera. All the digital securities, I request all of you to please kindly, all the digital securities will start now moving anyone who are not on the camera out of the session. So we request all of you to please come on the camera and settle down. Yes, Eli is one of the most excited participants of our program. Every time Ma Pratyangira opens the camera, I see him jumping behind with so much of excitement. Okay. All right. All the others, please come settle down in the camera. Okay. Now listen very carefully. In Hinduism, the importance, the significance of connecting to deities is huge, because whatever you know, whatever you understand through the scriptures, everything, it is by connecting to the deities that Kriya Pada adds life to it. See, it is not just merely learning the concepts. No, Hinduism is deeply about experience. The experience, when you receive, Swamiji beautifully tells, when you are offering to the deity, we see that not as a stone through which it is reaching the deity. No, we see deity, the god themselves descending down in that form and receiving the Abhishekam. When you offer in any of the Kailasa temples, how many of you have experienced this? When you go and offer to the deity, you will literally see the deity sitting there and receiving it. Especially if you're in cities where you have temple, you have a Kailasa ecosystem, you will understand what I'm talking about. I actually did this experiment once. Once Swamiji was like, Swamiji was in Adi Kailash. Like physically, all of us were around Swamiji. And life with Swamiji is too fun, right? Every time you will witness miracles and so many things like this. So one day, they were carving a Mahasadashiva Murti, the main deity for the temple in Bidadi. There was a huge deity, right? Swamiji, the artisans were carving and they were making the deity, and Swamiji was sitting in the temple. And you all should know, when Swamiji comes for any project, he will be like hands-on.
Swamiji will be on the ground and he will be seeing every single bit. And I still remember Swamiji had gathered all the Adinavasis and he was giving some, we were all having a very nice session with Swamiji, and parallelly Swamiji was also checking on the deity, making sure it's all happening as per Agama. There's very particular measurements. Like we will only use palm leaf or some coconut leaf only to take measurements. We don't use measuring tapes or other things. It's all done as per traditional items, right? So what happened? Swamiji had, the deity was still getting ready. But Swamiji was saying that day that I feel like intense samadhi is happening, continuously intense samadhi is happening. And Swamiji said, I already feel like the deity is starting to get energized. The deity is not even like fully done yet. But Swamiji said, I'm actually feeling like the deity is starting to get energized. So Swamiji had specifically told that, like make sure it is already starting to become. So usually how the process is done, you carve the deity and the deity is fully ready. You finish all the process like baking it and then the pouring the metal mold into that and settling it and all of that, and then doing the final finishing touch, polishing, everything is done. And this time, right, it is halfway through only the process. Only after the carving, everything is done, they do prana pratishtha. Swamiji will do the prana pratishtha and he will install life energy into the deity. Only then the deity becomes alive, right? But this time Swamiji said, like, you have to treat it like a deity itself because it has already started becoming alive. And then the person who was sculpting the deity, he was not there at that time. One of them, but he was not there at that time. Later he came and he put the deity into the water, he put it in a pond of water. And then as soon as he started seeing, like, when someone breathes through the water, you will get the continuous bubbles that will come, right? And it was only coming from the nose, the exact area where the nose was. And he got afraid and he took the deity and kept out and he told the department lead there. And then he came and updated. Swamiji said, I already told the deity is getting energized. And Swamiji said, the deity has come alive. You guys keep the thread right under its nose. You will see that the deity is breathing. When you keep the thread under the deity's nose, you'll actually see when we breathe the inhalation and exhalation, because of that, the thread will go up and down. All of us kept the thread under Mahasadashiva Murti and it would move. The deity was breathing. This is not just one, like there's tons of experiences with deities, because every deity in Kailasa are all energized by Swamiji. The Prana Pratishtha is done. So understand, these deity carry the life energy of that God. That is why all of you, whoever, yesterday many of you are asking for wanting to do seva on Krishna Janmashtami Day. That is the best thing you can do, because when you connect to Krishna, literally Krishna will come alive and receive your sevas. He will shower you with all the boons and blessings. On Krishna Janmashtami Day, every seva you offer directly reaches Bhagavan Krishna.
See, understand. Yesterday we were actually running through the different sevas that we have, the blessing that we have, and you can offer these sevas directly to Swamiji as Bhagavan Krishna on Krishna Janmashtami Day. And specifically, we're going to be celebrating this Krishna Janmashtami directly, exact timing when Bhagavan Krishna actually happened. Krishna Janmashtami is the day when Bhagavan Krishna descended and he took birth at that exact time. That's it's called as Janma Ashtami. The Ashtami in which Krishna took birth happened, descended down. So that is the day we celebrate, and the exact timing is also clearly given. And that is a timing in which we are going to be celebrating this beautiful blessing and having the direct darshan of Bhagavan Krishna himself on this auspicious day. So anyone who wants to offer sevas are the ritualistic offerings in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, through which it directly connects you to the divine. You directly get connected to Bhagavan Krishna, especially when you offer the sevas in any of our Kailasa temples. These are all energized directly by Swamiji. So you are actually offering the offerings to Bhagavan Krishna himself. You can be 200% sure your offerings are reaching the deity. You wouldn't get the sign of it. Multiple people have said how they experience materialization. Suddenly in their hand, butter gets materialized, or something spoon gets materialized. Like this, different things gets materialized. How many of you are understanding this? So today you're going to actually be going through the various different sevas that are there, and you're going to get an opportunity. Already many participants have signed up for this already. They've been receiving a lot of messages from people, and many have already signed up. So you have an opportunity to sign up for these sevas. And so if you asked for the link, we also have the link now. You all can check it out, because ecitizen.info/sevas. We will be posting the link as well for all of you. And I request all the participants, every one of you that want to make the offering. See, on the auspicious day of Krishna Janmashtami, actually on the 26th of August is Krishna Janmashtami. And it's a Krishna is all about celebrating, joy, celebration. Intense romance of life is Bhagavan Krishna. He is literally the embodiment of that ultimate experience of literally where Krishna is, he manifests for you. He happens for you. So it's an amazing experience to have. And all of us are going to be receiving the darshan of Bhagavan Krishna himself in his very own embodied form as Swamiji. And how many of you want to connect to Bhagavan Krishna? Offer seva and connect to Bhagavan Krishna on the Krishna Janmashtami. You all can post in the chat. Many of you had requested yesterday, and many of you said you were trying to fill the link. So today we're going to be giving you all the link again. Please do head to the link, and you all can make an offering, every one of you. See, when you connect to the deity, you literally receive that auspiciousness. See, it does not just have the significance as in the ritualistic significance alone. When you connect to deity on that day, cosmologically itself, it is aligned. The energy, see, why do we celebrate Krishna Janmashtami? We don't celebrate as per Gregorian calendar. We celebrate as per Hindu calendar. Why? Because in that time, cosmically, the energy of Krishna becomes intensely available. Each deity resides in a particular frequency. And during the Krishna Janmashtami occasion, that time, we have a specific, very specific muhurtam. That is why the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations are happening. It will be around noon time of 26th, which will be 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On 26th, we will be receiving the Krishna Janmashtami, right? So on that, that particular time, the energy of Bhagavan Krishna becomes intensely available, intensely accessible. So please understand, that day when you offer the seva to Bhagavan Krishna, you literally experience that space. See, let's understand about this offerings that we're going to be having. We have various options. We have different options that you can choose from, starting with the offering of Alankara Seva, where you get to witness Swamiji's deity, receiving the Alankara of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. Alam Karoti Iti Alankara, where all the deepest, like any kind of complaints that you're having, worries you're having, all those worries will be completely removed, and you'll be experiencing a deep sense of fulfillment in your life. That is what is this Alankara Seva, and it will be so beautiful for you to just even witness, to see Swamiji in that extraordinary form, Swamiji's deity, and of course on Krishna Janmashtami day, this time we're going to be having exactly every time we're going to be having the darshan of Swamiji as Bhagavan Krishna at exactly at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 26th of August. And this is the exact time when Bhagavan Sri Krishna manifested in the planet, and we are going to be experiencing his very own divine manifestation through our beloved Swamiji on this auspicious day. Anybody, whoever wants to offer any of these sevas, I know many of you were asking yesterday, if any of you want to offer, please do let us know and we can assist you in this. And this only comes once in a year.